All right, welcome. What's going on, everyone? Into music of all. Jin CBR1. How you guys doing? Um, hey, Jamie, those natural flavors, stay away if possible. There is aspartame in it. It's a new variant approved by the authorities, FGS. Is that like FDA or something? I know there's this thing called FDA. Um, But yeah, there's a few things that I mean, probably a couple of things that I have that says it's got natural flavors, but yeah, I don't have too many of that stuff though. Um, yeah, I'd probably be best off trying to stay away from it really, because you don't know what's in it. Well, it would have to be. You would think it would have to be from some kind of natural source. Suppose the source would be natural, but I guess like they've extracted some of it or whatever, and I don't know. When they say natural flavors, I suppose it makes it sound better. It could just be like the marketing ploy. If they just said flavors, then people would be like, "What's this?" And then it's like put natural on it. Like, oh, it's all right. It's natural flavors. um, yeah, right. So just gonna put this out onto social network. So the channel seems to be growing. It seems to be averaging over 100 over 100 views on each stream now, which must mean it's growing. Because I think on some of them, if we were to go on for the same length of time, we'd only get maybe 60, 70 views. So yeah, it has grown over time. But yeah, there was one that we did like the other week, and it got 169 views, and then there was one before it got 194. So yeah, so this channel's growing, which is good to see. Obviously, my channel seems to be doing okay. We had a peak of 15 live viewers. The record for this channel is about 19, I think. But not that that really matters, more the quality of the conversations. But obviously, more people in the chat, there's more people to bounce ideas off. So I do see it as a good thing, really. If a lot of people are getting together and bouncing ideas off each other. I'm putting this out, and then I'll be putting links out. Put the link out publicly for people to join. I know Lee said he was going to join. I saw him in the chat before on the other channel. Right, that's out. The Skyfly Bry's in the chat. How you doing? Hopefully we'll get some new people join. Everything is natural in this realm. Yeah, you could argue that everything's natural, so that would be their kind of way of basically being able to put any shit they want into it. Okay, I'm just gonna have to get me headphone like charger. So I'll have to, when someone joins, I'll have to probably play it through the laptop speaker for a little bit until it's charged up. So I'll be back in a minute. I'll just put it on mute for a sec. Right, just stay there for a minute, guys. All right, how you doing, Mum? Right, I'm just going for a minute. Right. All right. I'll put the volume up so I can hear the people. All right. So yeah, share this stream out if you don't mind. If you got social media or whatever. I noticed that they haven't been getting a lot of thumbs up, so that helps as well if you can do that. Even thumb down, you know, it all helps. Yeah, not that I'm really that bothered. People don't want to do that. That's fine. But yeah, let's invite some guests. Copy the link and paste into the chat. There you go. So feel free to join. You can talk about whatever you want. It's an open discussion. And the join on the Facebook. I'll put it out. There you go. It's on Facebook now. Right. I'll wait for people to join. There's only 3 watching at the moment, so probably get busy later on. Yeah. If anyone's got any topics to bring up, then go ahead. It's open to chat participation. You can bring someone up to go on to the actual panel. We can help to bounce ideas and stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so just been arguing, well, not arguing, just been discussing over nutrients, vitamin A and vitamin B12 and stuff like that. Because people are arguing how you couldn't get it naturally from a vegan diet or something. Either that or, I mean, if you had chlorella or something, then it's coming from like across the world or something, you know, like Japan or Taiwan or something. I mean, it'd be good if Mick can come on. We can talk a bit about that. But I want to do live stream. I want to do some more live streams on the other channel. Actually, have guests on. But yeah. Anyway, right, let's add Henry into the call.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm on my mobile. I haven't got my laptop at the moment, so I was just seeing if you could hear me. Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. I was just on a stream earlier, and there was people in the chat saying that how, well, one of them was saying how you can't, well, they were saying how most people can't convert beta carotene to retinol, which I was like, well, if that's true, then how is it that some people can go for like a long time without needing to supplement?
We're talking about like veganism, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, just like
so
some of the counter arguments and stuff. I was talking a bit about it. It was just brought up in the chat. Some of the stuff on vitamin A and vitamin B12.
Yeah, so vitamin A, most people convert vitamin A really well. Some people not as well as others, like a very, very small percent. But you can, like, literally, you have a couple of sweet potatoes and you'll get like 400% of your recommended daily amount anyway of vitamin A. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's so easy to get your vitamin A. Even if you are converting it at a very low rate, you can still get enough.
So I just want to it's not true that there's people that can't convert it whatsoever then?
I'm not sure about that. I think it's just there's a very small percentage of people who don't convert it as well.
So they're just low converters.
Sorry?
They're just low converters.
Yeah. But it's not an issue because there's like it's not like a common problem with veganism. It's not even a problem at all because people convert. It's so easy to get a very high dosage of vitamin A anyway, without supplementing. And even if you wanted to go down that route of supplementing, then but naturally you can get it from it's just like sweet potatoes are extremely high in that's just one example. So it's easy to convert. I mean, even if you're a low converter, it's easy to get enough to convert it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like, what else did you say? B12?
Yeah, there was the thing about B12 because one of them in the chat was this guy called Mick who was, he's actually vegan himself.
Yeah.
And he was saying how there's a plant source of it called chlorella. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, chlorella and the spirulina, right? But I think I know what you're going to say, but go on.
Yeah, well, I have it. I mean,
it's not.
I've heard spirulina doesn't have the true B12 in it.
Yeah. I know what you're going to say.
But apparently chlorella does.
I'm not sure. I think.
I don't know.
I've heard. But I think they're like kind of mimications of B12, aren't they? But B12 itself is actually a bacteria, so it's we used to get it from water and things like that, and our vegetables and whatnot when we didn't. But now everything now is really sterilized. Our water is very, well, I could say sterilized, but it's like tap water and all that's all really bad for you. But so we did have other means of having B12. It's actually, like I said, it's a bacteria. It's not actually formed by animals.
There's people say how you can get it from the soil, but that's only if there's like enough of the bacteria in the soil. But because of everything being different now, it's probably not a reliable source unless you can. Like if you I was thinking if you used to actually compost your own dirt, then that might,
Even then, you probably won't get a half decent amount. I'd probably say back a very long time ago, when I used to drink like fresh water from wells and things like that.
Yeah, I've heard about that one.
Yeah, but like that's literally the only thing I really supplement is B12 because I think just on the safe side, I get a B12 spray, and it from the research that I've done and everything, I just think instead of eating an animal and getting all the other bad stuff from eating, for example, red meat, I'd rather just supplement the B12 and be safe. Some people don't even supplement it, but I'd say supplement B12, probably the only thing.
Yeah, it's just that people say that, well, if you're buying supplements, then you just then supporting big pharma and all
that. You could say that, but it's like it is, it's just the way, it's just the choice of doing it. I think.
If you want to be on the safe side.
Yeah, and there's a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of supplements out there that are crap, and there's like some of the tablets. You've got to look at what you're consuming, and some of them are just all these ingredients that shouldn't be in there, But there's more I think as we're evolving, because we didn't really even know about B12 for that long. It's kind of I can't remember. I think it was the 70s or something. But But yeah, so it's like I think as we evolve, we will get better supplements and whatnot. But a lot of like you don't even, some vegans don't even supplement B12 because it's fortified in some things like the oat milks and things like that, and nutritional yeast.
Yeah.
So, but I just take it on the safe side, have it, you know. So, but I do, you know, I don't think it's like contributing to like big pharma, and it's like
Yeah, I suppose it's a different industry, I guess, isn't it?
yeah. So
Yeah.
you know, anyone could make that, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, how long have you been vegan for then? Or
Like, probably just over 9 months now.
yeah, how are you finding it?
Yeah, it's all right.
It's alright, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not feeling that much different. It's like, you know, people say that they feel different when they've
Yeah,
like transitioned or whatever. And I did notice I was like, you know, passing more stools, but I mean, that's
yeah.
probably a good thing that you're eliminating more than, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I guess you're taking more, like having a lot more fiber in your diet. So
Yeah,
it's
you're just
like,
gonna like naturally have more fiber in it
yeah,
because animal products it lacks fiber.
yeah. Like I found that I was I was going to the toilet a lot more often, but then after my body got used to the high fiber intake, it just went back to a normal pattern.
Yeah, it's kind of not really probably as much as it were because I was um so I was I ate a lot of like beans and stuff. It was like yeah, I still kind of don't eat. I mean, I eat quite a bit of them, but I don't eat too many because
Yeah,
they do give me quite a lot of gas. So
yeah. A lot of yeah, a lot of things to do with that are actually to do with your gut health. So if your gut's not in the best of shape, it's gonna you're gonna have like some issues, digestion issues, and even simple things like just chewing your food a bit more and things like that, because like the digestion starts in your
yeah,
mouth.
yeah, I get that. That was probably just
Yeah,
like trying to ramp. I have like tried to become more mindful of not just like shoveling it down as fast as
yeah.
I can.
But I find that I'm better with some beans and other beans, and I'm like I do really well with lentils and the high protein, and you know I don't have any issues with them. So it's like you know, but yeah, I think at first I did have um, gas gas issues as well, but I feel like my gut kind of adapted, and having I've been doing a lot of work on my gut as well with like pre and probiotics.
Yeah, I know you've like talked about it on your own channel
Yeah,
and stuff.
but yeah. So I've never actually been on one of your one of these chats you've done.
Yeah, yeah, it's good to have new people on
Yeah,
and
but
actually talk like proper instead of it just being like text and stuff. You know,
yeah,
it's a
yeah,
different dynamic, really, isn't it?
yeah, 100%. I've how long have I been on YouTube? I think it was like a few months now. The start of the year, I can't remember. Started my channel. But, yeah. I can't actually see when I was on the actual video on YouTube. I couldn't see the chat for some reason. That's why I missed. That's why I commented on your Facebook status.
Oh, why is that then? I should
I'm
be able
not.
to see the chat,
I'm
shouldn't
not.
you?
Yeah, I'm not sure why,
Hmm,
and I'm not
strange.
sure how. I'm not sure how to look at it now because I'm on the StreamYard. I'm not on my laptop, so I can't be like. Is there anyone there? Like,
Yeah, there's some in the chat at the moment. There's I think there's like it looks a bit like some kind of stock account. And then we've got
okay.
Into Musicable, Gin CBI1, Guy Fly Brian, and my mum's in the chat. So
Your
yeah,
mum?
there's a few in the chat now.
Yeah.
But it'll get probably a few more than this later on.
No, yeah. I'm not sure how long I could stay on for because.
All right, yeah, it's fine.
Did you So you're like a flat earther, right?
Well, I started questioning all that stuff really, whether it's even right or not, because
Yeah.
there's, I mean, you've got to be objective. Like when you see like videos where there's counter arguments and stuff, you've got to take it all on board.
Because
I mean, I think I've seen you post about that topic yourself.
do you know what? Because I think I actually met you through Beyond Imaginary Curve, if I'm correct.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I used to just hang about in the chat there, but yeah, a couple of years ago, and I was like looking into it, but I've never been convinced of it, and yeah, don't get me wrong, like I don't believe the official 9/11 story, and I do think that NASA, like, they lie, like like.
So how come you was in that chat then with the
I think it was just more what's the word just intrigued, and like it was and I wanted to see, like, I was looking at both sides of it, and
yeah.
and Dell's a very kind of like a strong character, isn't he? So it was just interesting to see that, but I don't really watch that channel anymore. And
Well, it just gets like repetitive, doesn't it? Like,
yeah. It's just like, I don't know, and he doesn't he says it's an open chat and that, right? But he gets triggered too. I just feel like he gets triggered really easy, and he doesn't really let people speak. And I don't know. He's a character.
Oh yeah, while we're on this like kind of topic, did you watch Gorgie Man's latest video?
Yeah, I've actually got him on YouTube. Yeah, he said 9/11.
Yeah, he kind of lumps like flat Earth and I'm like,
yeah,
because I was thinking, what if like the flat Earth just deliberately put out to try and like discredit things like 9/11 and other things. I don't know. Like,
I generally believe that I don't think it's like a psyops. I either think that if it's not true, right, then it's just people just having a conspiracy theory, and it's just like the ball's rolled. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, it's just misinformation. You mean like?
Yeah, and it's like in the age of YouTube, and do you know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, everyone can listen to everybody, and that's just what happens on YouTube, and that's what's happened. But to be honest with you, I'm just not convinced, that it's flat. But I'm no scientist. I've not been to space. I can't say either way 100%. I know the shape of the Earth because I don't.
Yeah, because I saw you put something out on your Facebook about like when they got the picture of the Earth, is it real or is it fake or whatever? And
yeah, that was
I suppose just to kind of like
Yeah.
because it would cause a bit of like conversation, I guess. Like,
It was NASA, right? And have you ever seen the picture? And it's got like, and they got the moon in front of it, and they went behind the moon, kind of thing.
yeah, where you see in the backside of the moon.
Yeah, and it looks so fake, and I'm just like, that can't be real. And I was like, and then I was like looking on like NASA's official site and that, and it's like legit, like they're trying to pass it off as a real photo, not even like computerized. And I'm just like, I've seen better pictures in movies, and do you know what I mean? And it's just like I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it. But the little things like that make me think like, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? But I just there's just too much other little things that don't convince me. You know, I'm not going to sit there and ridicule anyone who questions that. Do you know what I mean? Not at all. Because
Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, because like the sunsets and stuff would be like quite a simple thing, really. Like,
I
I
can
couldn't really get my
understand.
head around that, really.
Sorry.
I couldn't get my head around that, really, like how it could work. I mean, I've like seen different, and I kind of was buying into it for a bit because they were saying, well, it's the atmosphere that causes it to be lensed, so it will appear like it's setting when it's really above or whatever. But after a bit, I'm like, just look at how it actually works. Look at how the actual physics of light and things. It's just you kind of have to just
You're not convinced
look
by that.
into it for yourself and then discern for yourself, really. And
Yeah, like I just think, yeah, I think like a lot of like science and the universe is like, do you know what I mean? Most of it is theory, but I don't think to go as far as to say that we're being lied to on such a big scale.
yeah,
Like,
I mean, I don't know if you've heard about it. Have you heard about the electric universe theory?
no.
Well, there's like some proponents that think that the universe is kind of, you know, like how they say we have like gravity and all that, and that is basically what they're saying is that gravity is more of an electromagnetic phenomenon rather than it being caused by what we're told it's caused by. That they
Okay.
kind of say that the physics and all that aren't quite what we're told. Like with, they say black holes are like plasma or something, and there's like an alternative explanation for a lot of these things. And yeah, I mean, it's all just theories. A lot of the stuff that's out there, really, it's not within reach. I mean, I guess you can have equipment to kind of zoom in on it and stuff and try and see what it looks like. And there's
It's
things
kind
like spectroscopy and stuff where you can get some kind of information, but it's still all theory unless you can actually go there and
yeah, and
test it for yourself.
like you say, like objective truths and that. That's why I can't say I can't I can't be like, yeah, it's definitely a ball. It's definitely a globe because I can't prove that. Do you know what I mean? So it's like it's one of them. But I just yeah, I was just curious to see what your position was on it, to be honest with you, with you.
Yeah, I've changed quite a bit in the last like year or so. It's like because, well, I was just kind of having a lot of doubts now, and just kind of,
I think I saw a couple of statuses and that about, yeah, like on your Facebook, and I was like, oh, maybe he's changed his view.
yeah, that's it. I mean, like I was considering it could be because there's people that say it's like geocentric, where the sun's going around the Earth or whatever. And there's that theory, but that would mean that the Earth's still, and then the sun's going around the Earth or whatever. And
Yeah.
I was looking and finding that there might actually be evidence that it is moving. I don't know for sure because I haven't tested that for myself.
Yeah.
But obviously,
I,
if you've not looked into science that much, it probably isn't really something that you're too familiar with the terms and everything.
yeah. Because I've got a few I get all sorts of people add me on Facebook, like a few
Yeah,
mutual friends and whatnot, and a couple of them are even concavers.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What's his name? I've forgotten his name. The one with the moustache. Do you know him?
Oh, hang on.
You
Well,
know
there's
him.
this guy called, what is it, Tron or something?
Yeah,
Is it that one?
yeah. Him.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think he added me, or I don't know which way it was, but
he does juggling.
yeah, I tried typing him in and I couldn't really find him on there. No, unless he's gotten rid of his account or something. But
Yeah,
yeah, he
he's
was
like
doing
a
a lot of the
commentator.
juggling and stuff.
Yeah, like do you know what I mean, there's even that kind of position. It's crazy, but like I kind of went like 9/11 kind of like really opened my eyes, you know, and I started questioning a lot of things about life in general, and I was like looking into like geoengineering and like chemtrails and all things like that, you know, and I got to a point where I was like, I'm just speculating, you know. I need to be objective, you know,
Yeah,
and I can look at 9/11 and be like, right, that's not physically possible. The official story, the official narrative isn't like isn't physically possible. I think it's the University of Alaska have just posted a 2-year study of how Building 7 like couldn't have been taken down by
yeah. I was
fires.
gonna say that the building 7. It's like I never knew about that until I started seeing
Yeah.
stuff about it. You know, it was,
So and yeah, I just got to that point. So and I wanted to focus like on myself and how I can be a better person, and you know,
yeah,
and it kind of led me to veganism, and then I looked into veganism, become a vegan, and now you know, and that's basically, you know, I just try to be a better person really, because and anything objective that I can prove, then I'll talk about it, you know, because the rest of it is really just like it's really just speculation and this, you know, and it's like assumptions, but
yeah. I was even like, sometimes I would even question veganism. It's like because I hear
it's
things about like crop deaths and stuff, and
all right,
uh,
yeah,
you know, and I'm thinking, well, even like everything that we do is going to have a consequence, like, and you know, even just driving a car, you could run over a mouse or something or whatever.
yeah. It's like a, you know, it's like saying that it's like saying, oh, because I accidentally trod on an ant outside, that now I'm gonna go slit loads of animals'
Yeah,
throats.
and I get that it's not really the
Yeah,
same. It's like
and I
like
can
a
go,
false equivalency.
yeah, and it's not even that. It's just like most of the animals are fed crops anyway. We feed a lot more crops to the animals, so you would kill a lot more. There'd be a lot more accidental deaths if we didn't feed them to the animals. You
Yeah,
know.
then if you like, then they say all about the grass fed
Yeah,
cows
the
and
grass fed. It's not like as much as it's like you know, they say yeah, grass fed, that's the natural way and whatnot. It's not possible to feed everyone grass fed beef, or we haven't got enough land. Have you ever seen a Cowspiracy?
I've not seen that one. No.
Yeah, that's a good like basically explanation. But just to feed like America alone, you'd have to like use like most of the world, like flat out just grass. just to feed America. You know, just like it's a really good. I don't know the actual statistics. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but it's a really good documentary. Yeah.
So how are they able to feed it on grain then?
Well, because we just feed them soy, don't we? And let's have them in a very small, confined spaces, and that's what most of the Amazon is being.
Well, because of farming conditions, like
Sorry, it's
like
factory farming, isn't it? It's actually the most factory farming is actually the most. It's actually the most like practical way, even though it's like terrible. Like it's the most practical way to feed everybody. It's like, but it's terrible. It's terrible for the animals. It's terrible for us. It's terrible for the environment.
well, yeah, it's like when you have the factory hens and stuff, because of confined, they don't have a lot of space to move around, so like they grow quicker or whatever, and that's why they do that.
Sorry, what?
That's what I remember, that they don't have a lot of space to move around when they're in the batteries, you know, in these, you know, the battery hens.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So that would be most practical for them.
Yeah,
But it's really horrible though.
Yeah, and it's business as well, isn't it? So they think they don't care about the animals; they care about the money.
Yeah.
So it's like, and yeah, even like free range and that, they're just like all squashed together in a building just because they're not in cages and that.
Yeah, I've seen stuff about that. But it's not much better. It's just a marketing ploy.
Yeah, it's all just lies, mate. All of it's just lies. It's just a business, isn't it? It's like a lot of stuff nowadays. But even like yeah, it's just like I was saying, like the rain, what's going on with the fires in Amazon. They're actually being started deliberately to make way for farming, cattle farming.
Well, some say they did it deliberately to try and push a carbon tax.
All right, I've not heard that. No, was that
Brazil? Pardon?
Was that like the Brazilians doing that, or?
I don't know, but some people might say that there's like a vegan agenda.
Oh right, yeah.
Like push a carbon tax, so that they'll say that there's, you know, kind of worse, like basically the animals are causing a lot more like what the greenhouse gases than they actually are.
Yeah. CO2. That is also covered in Cowspiracy. That it talks about that. But I think like you got to look at it like logically as well. You know,
Yeah.
like just think how like it's just like the ocean, for example. Like they're saying that like by 2050 we won't be able to fish anymore from the ocean. Like, and we just like rape the ocean of all the fish. We destroy the habitats in there, and it's all like a big circle of life in there, and we just destroy it. And once you start destroying certain things, like it destroys the whole cycle. And it's you just got to look at it like practically. It's like you can't like you just look at the plastic, for example. We are destroying the world, and it's not like you know, we have to do something about it now. You know, I believe so. Anyway, that's from my opinion. I believe that if we don't do something soon, then we're gonna have a lot of problems. Like whether you believe in climate change or whatnot, you know, we got definitely objective, like tangible, like visual problems, like for the plastic example, like surely no one's denying that we're polluting the earth with too much plastic and things like that. You know,
Yeah.
there's abundance of problems. Like we can objectively see like the Amazon is being destroyed, you know, and that's like the lungs of the earth. Like basically, like we are killing off our lungs by like destroying the Amazon, and 90% of it is due to animal agriculture. You know.
Well, I was talking to it was someone was like, this was an objection that if the what was it if everyone just ate plants, then the what was it there wouldn't be oxygen, there wouldn't be enough oxygen in the air or something.
But why?
Because there wouldn't be any what is it? Because you take all the plants and then then there won't be any.
Yeah, but we'd be
there
growing more
won't be any like plants to be able to like
CO2, oxygen. Sorry.
breathe out oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Well,
just sounds a bit ridiculous when you think about it, because
it is, isn't it?
you would only be like taking a fraction of it anyway, like the plants and stuff.
Yeah, but we'll be growing more, won't we? I guess as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of room to grow more, so there seemed like some kind of
the UN published a thing recently, and it was like basically stating that like how it would be possible and how much basically how practical it would be to do that, but then you gotta take some of them things with a pinch of salt, isn't it? But yeah, I just think of it like logically and that, and you know, I just I'm more convinced that veganism is the answer. Like I look at myself from my ethical point of view, and from a health point of view, and from the environment. I think it's.
Have you looked into cashews? The actual like industry.
The what? Sorry.
Cashews.
Oh right, well the nuts.
Cashews, whatever, nuts. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, there was something I heard a while ago actually, that they're kind of like slaves who pick them or something, and they burn their fingers with it.
It's like
they're not in very nice conditions, and
yeah, like basically like slave labor.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm kind of. I mean, I don't know. Right now, I'm maybe considering not eating. I mean, I don't know. Like, possibly, I'd go for partly maybe the fair trade ones a bit better, but yeah, I'm just not sure what to do at the moment with that.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, there's a lot of things with a lot of things that we do, isn't it? That people suffer, and someone like once said to me it's like this is kind of like messed up, because you get these like we do these things that like offer these people these shit jobs, right, in like poor countries and that, but at the same time like it's better than this is only like the best opportunity that they've got as well. I know it's terrible.
Oh, so you mean like the alternatives, like
even worse? Do you know what I mean? If they didn't do that, then they'd be like picking rice. Do you know what I mean? It's like but at the same time, like that's just
Yeah, I suppose
capitalism.
that when you look at it like that, it's
But at the same time, it's a terrible thought. But it's like, don't get me wrong, we could like we need to evolve and move past all that as well. We need to make it like a fairer playing field and not so harsh, you know. But that's like capitalism and that, just in a nutshell, isn't it?
yeah. So you also heard about like, was it anti-nutrients or something?
Well, you've been listening to Shrewridge. I could just
Yeah,
tell.
he's
Like,
not the only one that goes on about it, is it?
I could just tell the way you said it.
Yeah,
Well, actually,
anti-nutrient.
I had a. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, it's anti-nutrient.
Yeah. That was so funny.
Yeah.
He's so funny. I just did a video on him as well, funny enough.
Yeah, I've got to watch that after.
I've
Probably
done
watch it tomorrow,
a
actually.
couple on
We're
it.
into bed after I've done this.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Basically, right, there's a lot of like, for example, right, I did have a debate, and when I was having a debate, I had like the knowledge like backed up like on my phone and that. Do you know what I mean? I was doing the research, and basically, in a nutshell, right, actually some, because there's different types of like, anti-nutrients, right, and some are actually good for you. Believe it or not, they're actually good for you, and you know, and most of it, the thing is, like the things that have like, say like beans, for example, right? When you cook beans, you cook out the anti-nutrients. Like it takes the anti-nutrients out the beans.
Yeah, I've heard about
And it's like arguably as well that the anti-nutrients is actually healthy for you. I'll have to link you the studies and all that. If like, or if you're interested, or whoever's interested, you know, I'd link them the studies and show them, because I don't know it off the top of my head, but because I looked into it myself, you know, I'm not like, I like to look at the other side of the argument as well. I'm not saying I'm like in a like an
that. Yeah,
echo
get a
chamber.
balanced kind of
Yeah.
objective.
Hence why I know about Gotis and people like that, you know.
No, yeah.
But to be honest with you, he like the last video I did was just basically a little piss take, really. But I done like a longer video on him, just like showing his like basically his stupidity, really.
Yeah, just like because there's things where it like he'll just like trip himself up, like where he'll say one thing and then completely contradict what he's saying.
Yeah, 100%.
It was quite funny, like the way you kind of put all that together.
Like, yeah. There's also like who else is there? Got like, do you follow like any other vegan YouTubers, or apart from
Well, I
Gotis?
see some of like Hench's videos and some
Yeah,
other ones like Goji Man and who else?
I've met Hench her before.
Goji Man.
No, I've met Hench.
Oh yeah, I saw you like did a photo together.
Yeah, yeah. Who else? Who else? It's just them two, or
No, I think I mean I probably just watched bits of some of them like I might occasionally watch Mike the Vegan or
yeah, he's like
whoever.
a see. So if you type like him in on anti-nutrients and things like that, he's very like scientific, and he goes into like the science a lot.
Yeah, and like the studies and things.
Yeah, I like to like, even if when I first went vegan and someone would throw me something up and I'd type into somewhere, he would often come up, you know.
I'm just thinking who else I watch. I don't know. I mean, I suppose sometimes I might see if I can find like see if I can find some inspiration for a recipe or something, I guess.
Yeah. It's like it's because it's like a learning curve, isn't it? Like when you first go vegan, it's like, oh shit, what do I eat? Like, and after a while, I found that I just get more and more used to it. Do you know what I mean? It's more like, to me, it's just like second nature now, and what I need for certain nutrients.
Nutrients.
I can't remember what else did he just say. He always says.
Yeah, that video it was ridiculous when it was basically everything he was saying was just like the opposite of the truth. He was like saying that about treat others how you don't want to be treated. That's sort of like
Oh, what, treated how you don't want to be treated? Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
how about
Did, what, did you see
like
Hench's response to that?
harvesting other people's energy for your own good and all that. And it's like this guy is really like
And then then
lost
saying
the
that,
plot.
yeah, and then like anything else is like satanic or
I mean, I saw
anti-God.
this guy a few years ago actually because I think
You saw him?
yeah, one of
What,
the
real
early
life?
videos that I saw from him was about it was, and I was like, when I saw that, I started to really think it was, kind of somewhat not quite right, saying that, do what you want, like drink, like what was it,
Drink blood.
a skull from a skull or something, or whatever, just something
just,
really crazy like stuff, and then
just type in, and when you get a chance, just type in H1 Henry, my YouTube name, and then put his name. I did a longer video on him, just like some of the crazy shit he said, and I just picked a few things out. I was just
well, I
like,
might have already seen it. I don't know, like what's
yeah.
it called?
It was like he'd be like, men used to get the boner from fighting, and then eat the blood of the opponent. It's just like he's drunk some blood from a fan, didn't
The blood is full of nutrients.
Yeah, he's off his nut, mate. I can't believe he's got like an amount
So
of
this
subscribers.
video, the train wreck that is marriage.
Yeah. I can't believe how many subscribers he's got. It's crazy.
I know it's like, well,
Don't know.
part of that will be when he did that video where he was eating the raw flesh, and it got like, I think it got over 1 million views or something like. It's
Yeah, but I
just
think that's more
crazy.
like
I think the mainstream media picked up on it,
yeah. I think
and
that's more like
it went
clickbaity though,
viral.
isn't it? Because it's something that people would watch though, isn't it?
Yeah, because people just want to watch just
Like,
like really strange, bizarre stuff
yeah,
because it
definitely.
entertains them.
Yeah, that's it. I think a lot of his viewers are probably just that, or either that they're just people that are anti-vegan. They probably don't follow his lifestyle at all, but they're just anti-vegan, so they're just like look to him.
Yeah,
for
they
that.
probably don't agree with any of the other things that he says. Like, but because he's anti-vegan, it doesn't matter if he says that. It's okay to be a cannibal or something.
Cannibal, yeah. It's natural. He goes, it's natural to be racist.
Because he said that when it's been, what is it? He got to the point where he was craving human flesh or something, because he said he'd been vegan for so long, and then he'd starved himself for so long, and then
he
so
wasn't
he
even
started
vegan.
craving human flesh.
Yeah, he wasn't even vegan. He got like sectioned as well. No, he
Well,
wasn't
yeah,
even
because
vegan.
he even said himself that he didn't care about animals. It was he just thought it was healthy. So yeah, that was
Yeah, he was like sun gazing and like and starving himself, and then blamed it on veganism.
yeah. He went in a psychiatry ward for 7 weeks because he did a video documenting it. One that says, was it sun gazing warning? Or something. Talking about his experiences in it, and how he just started eating whatever he wanted, and you
Yeah,
know. But you would though if
yeah.
you got emaciated. He
That's
said
it.
that he went down to like what 43 kilos, something like.
Fucking hell. Because
Yeah,
once your body gets to that state, it just wants the most dense source of food possible. So it's just
so
like,
that's what happened with Tim Sheep, isn't it? Because he said he started craving fat. Well, no wonder if you've water fasted for 35 days.
it like I did a video on him as well actually, but I
Yeah,
think, he's he destroyed his gut, man. He I don't know if you saw him what went on between him and Goji Man, but he had tests done with Goji
yeah,
Man, and Goji Man was like, look, he come back to him with the test results. He's like, look, you've got a few problems, you've got a few gut issues and that, and by the time Tim had already changed his mind, then it was like, nah, I've got a different worldview now, and you know what I mean. He's sitting there chatting shit about veganism and saying, "Oh, I've done everything," and blah blah blah. He really didn't. Like he drunk.
he just chose not to take up on his advice to get
to heal himself.
to do whatever he needed to do to
Yeah,
heal his gut. So what he's done is he's like kind of so he started eating the meat, which is gonna like
just mask the problem,
buffer the
really.
symptoms of it.
Yeah, because you basically you've just masked the problems. Like some of these like carnivore dieters and that, they can't even go back to eating the fucking bit of celery, mate, because they're like the digestion's fucked.
Yeah, like
Like you need
that when that vegetable police.
yeah, he's more just a comedian, isn't
Yeah, I
he?
don't even really like take that guy too seriously.
No, I don't even think he
He's
takes
always
himself
contradicting
seriously.
himself. It's like,
Yeah,
was he ever really vegan? It's like, if he's.
no, I don't think
Well,
he
I
knew
heard
as a
somewhere
vegan.
that he cheated on
Yeah, he
the
got called
application
out on
with
it.
like, what is it? Some might have been some dairy product or whatever, but
Yeah, got caught out or yeah, got told, yeah.
like so like every 6 months he would have had something.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're not vegan, then, are you? It's
No.
like Tim Sheaf, like drunk piss for a couple of years, and not even he went to like a retreat where they all
Yeah,
drank
yeah,
each
I
other,
saw
where
that one. Yeah.
they all drunk each other's piss. Like, and I know like people say like urine therapy and that, but like I don't fully believe it. Like it's I don't think it's great for you. I think and it has its dangers. You can have bacterial dangers that can ruin your gut.
Well, I heard somewhere that it's sterile, but I don't know. I've not
That's
tested it, but
I
if
think
it's
that's a myth. I think that's like a wife's tale, but I can't remember. I think I did Google it at one point, but I never went down that road.
there's people that use it in other ways than drinking it, like they'll put it on the skin or something to. I don't know. What do you think about
No, I just think it's a waste product. But unless when you see like Bear Grylls, like a survivor situation, and I needed to retain like the hydration, that would be the only time I'd drink my own piss.
Yeah, you would just sort of keep looping it then, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's probably the only time, mate. Well, have you ever tried it or?
Like quite a while ago, really.
You tried it.
Well, I just heard stuff all about it. So,
Fucking hell, what did it
but
taste like?
yeah, I suppose like you can be like impressionable when you're on these like things.
What did it taste
But yeah,
like?
it's probably I don't know if it's really the best idea. There's like a lot of stuff that people say that it's not very good. So probably
Yeah,
yeah, don't
the
want
thing
to do
is,
that. Probably what Tim Sheaf's done 2 years straight.
yeah, there's no like actual scientific like evidence to say that it's good. That's kind of what was like in my head. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I wasn't gonna do it anyway, but like, I like when other people was doing it, I was just like, no, I don't believe that's good. But each to their own, mate. If people want to drink their own piss, then you know what I mean. They can do that and not harming
Yeah,
anyone
it's just
else.
that like so because you like be bothered that they'll do that and then denounce veganism because of it or whatever. Because
Yeah, well, yeah, look, a few things like, do you know what I mean? He did a lot of extreme things, Tim, you know, and it's just like, yeah, like even when he was eating raw vegan, like, you know, a lot of people thrive on a raw vegan diet, you know, a lot of,
well, yeah, there's that. Yeah, I suppose it because there's that. Was it John Rawls and he's raw and
is he
he
like
seems
the
to
old,
do pretty well.
is he like the old boy?
Yeah, he's like 65 or something.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
Pretty
I think,
shredded.
yeah, I think I've come across, I think I've seen vegan games talk about him.
Yeah, apparently he took some stuff about him because he replied to vegan games or something. And yeah,
Oh, really? Do you watch vegan games at all? Or?
I've watched a few of his stuff, like when he's done like the rebuttals and stuff.
Yeah,
Because he did a thing on like Bobby's perspective and
yeah,
obviously
Bobby's,
his stuff on
yeah,
Sturridge and some other stuff. But yeah, that Bobby's perspective, like it showing like a picture of him when he was vegan, but he wasn't like
he's a,
getting like, enough calories in or something.
yeah,
And
yeah, he's another
saying it
one.
was veganism, it's like it just makes you wonder, like, are a lot of these people really genuine?
No,
If some of these people are just willing to like it's they're kind of like lying by omission, really, because they're
dishonest,
not
mate.
giving you the full story of what that he was actually at the point where he was only eating a limited amount of calories
I think
at
they
that
kind of, I think,
time, and
yeah,
then adding more calories in later. But then when you look at his later stuff as being vegan, it's like his new stuff as like a carnivore or whatever.
yeah.
So,
I
but
think
it
maybe
didn't
like some
feel
people
that.
they just try and convince themselves though, as well as everyone else, isn't it?
Yeah, so you mean it could be like a confirmation bias?
Yeah, exactly. It's like but I think he's more like like a bandwagon kind of guy. He's like he's just the next fad. I know he's the car. Now he's
Well,
the
Tim
cool.
Sheaf could be like that.
No,
Couldn't he?
yeah, 100%. As soon as Tim Sheaf was like, "Oh, this is the new thing people are talking about," and they jump on that. Like he even talked about flat Earth for a while.
Well, yeah, I know. It
Yeah.
was on
Like
London
any,
Real talking about it. And
yeah, yeah. Any like next topic he will talk about, and he'll, do you know what I mean? He will be like, I think a lot of people are influenced quickly, you know, through. It's just one of them things. Like I think like Bobby's perspective. He's another like hypocrite. Another one word, one sentence will just totally contradict the last sentence. You know, it's like I don't get how people watch them and be like, yeah, this guy, this guy's alright. It makes sense. Do you know what I mean? I just don't get it. He's another nutrient person, isn't
Nutrients.
he? You ever seen Vegan Gains? Like his impression of him.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, but yeah, on the vegan diet, and he was like, I had mushrooms, and it made me go like, it made me see veganism. Do you know what I mean? And then he was just like, had mushrooms again, and it told me like not to be vegan.
Yeah, that's like.
It's just like, I think the mushrooms. I think it's just you telling yourself, mate. You know what I mean, why you're tripping out.
Well, yeah, when you're on mushrooms, you like mind's altered. So
Yeah, yeah. I
what
think it's like,
you've done is like found confirmation bias is to like think, well, is that they've told him that, but instead of thinking, well, it was just kind of having a mind altered experience then, so you can't really trust what that was trying to tell him.
yeah, shit. It's not very reasonable thinking like that, I think. But
Well, yeah, we're going back to like Daryl from the Understanding Curve because
yeah,
actually, because he gets shouted out quite a bit by Eric today, and he's been vegan for a number of years. And
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
Eric Debay. I one video I did like of his was people say veganism is like a new world order agenda.
Oh yeah,
Eric did quite a good like video like rebutting that, and it was just like, it wasn't about flat Earth. It was just about veganism.
yeah,
Yeah, but yeah,
have you seen that channel called Jake the Arsehole?
no,
It
what?
used to be
Yeah,
called Flat Earth Arsehole.
yeah. I've never watched any of it, but I've seen him in like the Eric's videos and things like that.
Yeah, but
He eats raw meat, right?
he started to go really against veganism. Like I think it was like the beginning of last year, sometime.
Yeah,
And he was reckoning that they were just kind of like depleting themselves and stuff. They were not getting a lot because he said himself that he went vegetarian for a time and then he lost some weight, and so then he started going back to eating meat again. But he said he could never go. He never wanted to go vegan because he loved dairy so much. And then he started just showing stuff about how they're trying to push veganism or something. That it's actually like, I think he was just promoting Sperage's video, and then he actually met up with Sperage.
yeah.
Well, actually,
Yeah,
Sperage came to California or whatever, and
funny. No, yeah, I can't really comment on him because I don't really know. But Game Changers is coming out soon. Have you seen and things like that? There's vegan bodybuilders, there's vegan all kinds of athletes. Lewis Hamilton's vegan, Djokovic, not best tennis player in the world, vegan, Serena, vegan.
Oh, sorry, I've just got another guest in.
No, go for it, mate.
All right, Lee.
All right, JB.
Yeah, I take it
Oh,
you probably don't really get what we're talking about.
No. I mean, I've just been listening, like, while I've just been sorting out, and I've heard the vegan and the vegetarianism. So yeah, I get it. It's like that sort of chat. with the veganism and whatnot. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, what? Is that the way you said you'd never go vegan, didn't you?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't eat a lot of meat anyway, Jamie. Or animal, I mean, yeah, I drink milk, eat eggs and that, but I don't eat a lot of meat. It's like, I don't know. I couldn't go full veganism because of milk and eggs, I think. But you know,
So the milk
I,
and
I get
egg
it. I
alternative
do get it. I
then.
do get it. Sorry, say again.
So the milk and egg alternatives wouldn't do for you then.
Well, I don't know. You see, I've never really thought about it. I like drinking my coffee. You see, I like my coffee.
Yeah.
So it's like that's a bit like with milk in it. I mean, I suppose I could drink black coffee. It wouldn't
No,
hurt
you do.
anyone, would it? But,
Sorry, what's your name? The Gooner.
yeah, Lee. My name's Lee. Henry.
Lee
Yeah,
Henry. Yeah. Well, there's
yeah.
like I drink a lot of oat milk, and to be honest with you, even if I wasn't vegan, if I ever went back, that I don't think I'd actually drink dairy again. There is like a lot of tasty alternatives out there. It's one of them. It's like if you haven't thought about it, it's one of them, isn't it? It's maybe
Yeah, yeah,
Well, yeah, I
yeah.
know someone
I mean,
who's vegetarian, but well, she does have some of the plant-based alternatives to it, but apparently when she like has like tea and stuff, she has like cow's milk. So, but because she don't like the taste of like the soy milk or whatever
yeah. To be honest with you, it's
on
like
in that in the brew or whatever.
yeah. I didn't. I'm not a fan of soy milk myself, but like my daughter has like oat milks and things like that for cereal. 'Cause I don't really like drink milk anyway. I only have like in my smoothie, I'd have like a bit of almond milk. But I know a lot of people that say that oat milk and things like that they're really nice and they're not even vegan and they use it. But just a thought, isn't it? But I guess it's like
yeah.
it's just one of them, It's we're all conditioned to eat meat, and we're all brought up with that mindset. So it's just something maybe like well, I think we'll be forced to change our lifestyles anyway, but in the future. But
Yeah, but I mean, thinking about it though, Henry, it's like this veganism. I mean, I know it's been around for a lot of years, but
yeah,
it's only just seems to have been getting more popular in the last say 6 months to 12 months. It's been getting more popular.
yeah, the ball's really rolling now, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's like the fastest growing
Oh God, yeah, it's growing really
social,
fast. Yeah,
social justice movement, of our time, really. I
yeah.
think it'll.
I think
Yeah,
part of it is like because around January you got the Veganuary, and so we had like the Greg's with the
Oh
new
yeah,
vegan
yeah,
option. You had,
yeah.
then you had all these other things coming out soon after, like you had Subway, you had like Pizza Hut, whatever, and so many, even
Yeah,
like junk food and stuff. But
there's a
it's
lot of, like you say, Jamie. There's a lot of fast food premises, like places that have been coming out with vegan alternatives, aren't there?
it's more like convenient, then, isn't it? Have you ever heard of like?
Yeah,
Sorry,
definitely, Henry. Very convenient. Like they're
have you
all
ever?
trying to cash in. They're all
Yeah,
cashing in on
yeah,
this
exactly.
veganism, diet or veganism that people are coming out with, like where there was alternatives to meat and whatnot or dairy,
Yeah,
and a lot of like it's like fast food restaurants or a lot of places that are coming out with this now just to cash in on it.
Yeah, 100%.
Literally.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
agree. It's business, isn't it? But I kind of feel it's like
Oh, yeah. Yep.
it's like the ever heard of like the 100 monkey effect?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's something that I'm very familiar with, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think that's kind of like, maybe veganism is just that snowball, and maybe it's just getting faster, like, and
Yeah,
more people.
because it's got popular, you get these companies that see that it's getting popular, so they put out more of these products, and because these products are selling well, then all these other companies start making more products, and it just snowball.
Mm.
But all you don't need all that anyway. Have some rice and lentils, and
That's
you know,
it. They'll
it could be.
cash in on it, don't they? They'll see the it's like the dollar signs lighting up in their eyes, isn't it? Like the pound
Yeah,
signs lighting up in their eyes. Oh, yeah, I can make some money here.
it's kind of
Yeah.
like a supply and demand as well.
Mm.
So it's like people are demanding like vegan alternatives, and they're supplying it.
Yeah.
It's like you say, it's the money. That's all they care
Yeah.
about at the end of the day. They don't care about the
Yeah.
animals. They don't care about the environment. All they care about is money.
Yeah, that's it, man. That is it. That's spot on, that.
Oh yeah, would you have something where it says "may contain" on the
Well,
thing?
it's like because it's like they have it on everything, and it's like, oh, may contain nuts. They just write that as a safety precaution.
Yeah, it's
Because
because it's very unlikely. It's like even on the there's these bars that it's called Eat Natural. They brought out some vegan ones. Well, they brought out a couple of vegan, but if you look at it, it says may contain cow's milk, but it's actually approved by the Vegan Society. So
yeah, it'll be
yeah,
like because it's made in the same factory as
yeah,
something else has got cow's milk in, if that makes sense. So it's like they have to do it because like some people have got like allergies.
yeah.
So,
That's it.
so if I was allergic to dairy and then I ate that and like something happened to me, then that's like it covers their ass.
Yeah, and they've also got the thing. Even if a little tiny bit gets in, people
Yeah.
argue, well, it's not increasing the demand for that product.
Oh yeah, because we're not you're not what's it called paying for the
Yeah, because they're
supporting
still gonna
dairy. Yeah.
make the same amount of it anyway. Because let's just say there's a bit, if whatever there's they might not have like washed it properly, whatever the equipment, and a bit
Yeah,
gets into it.
that's it. Exactly that. Yeah. But it's like if no one brought like dairy, it wouldn't exist. Do you know what I mean? Like to an extent, if no one consumed it, it's like it's one of them, isn't it? But it's interesting times we live in.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah.
So, what's your
Yeah, I'm
favorite
really.
shop to get stuff from then?
Sorry,
What's your favorite shop to get stuff from?
favorite shop? To be honest with you, like I just go to like a Sainsbury's and get like I like to eat more whole foods, plant based.
Yeah, just so like get.
Organic fruit and vegetables, rice, lentils, all that good shit. But then, do you know what I mean? I'm just like any other person. I like my junk food as well, and I'll get other bits. I'll get like whatever tickles my fancy at the time sometimes. But I'll try and keep that as minimal as possible.
Yeah.
But and I've got a daughter as well, so I have to kind of like make her palate a bit more interesting.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
kids are like, and it's like it's one of them. So, it's like I said, it's become second nature to me. But like when it's like, it depends, If you just want to eat basic whole foods and that, and you can be healthy, you can eat fucking Oreos and Coca-Cola all day and be a junk food vegan. It's not gonna be any good for you. Or you know, there's other places like Holland and Barrett and the things like that. Got like
Yeah.
healthy stuff. But yeah,
Like proper, like, health, like
I
Holland
do
and
go
Barrett.
on about it sometimes if they got like offers on, because sometimes you can get stuff cheap then.
I basically I get all my when I was like first started becoming like conscious of things, I stopped having like deodorant with like aluminium in and things like that and heavy metals. So I just like got some natural deodorant. I get my deodorant from there. Get like organic shower gels and things like that. But to tell you what, the deodorant, like I get just salt deodorant, and it's so much cheaper than getting like your normal everyday deodorant. It just lasts forever. I've got a little spray upstairs. It lasts me like half a year. It's amazing. And then there's like loads of different things. I don't even use laundry powder, like gel and things like that. I use like organic soap nuts, and they're like £20 for a bag, and it lasts me a year. It's like you kind of think to yourself, oh, all this kind of living is going to be expensive, but it works out. Sometimes it can work out a lot cheaper.
Oh
Yeah, because I saw you did a video on like one of the arguments that they use is that veganism's too expensive when the famine food's actually all like plant based. So
yeah, most of these poor countries are eating rice and beans, mate. But
yeah,
rice and beans.
And there's also but don't get me wrong, like my shower gel and all that, that ain't cheap compared to like the average shower gel and that. But yeah, it's one of them things, mate, isn't it? What price do you put on health and that?
that's it.
Like I used to like, I didn't give a shit. I smoked most of my life. I quit smoking a couple of years ago. Smoked weed every day, you know. Then I kind of changed my life.
Henry, did you find it hard to give up smoking?
So hard. Yeah, it was one of the hardest things. Yeah. But
what about weed then? What did you find hardest? The smoking, like normal cigarettes or weed? What did you find hardest?
Well, I did it at the same time, right? And stressfully, probably cigarettes. It fucking stressed me out not having a fag.
Stress-wise, cigarettes, but cannabis.
Emotionally, cannabis, and it was like I couldn't sleep, mate, for weeks properly. Like for weeks, like do you know what I mean? Like totally, like. But
is it withdrawal symptoms? You mean?
I think it was just
in a way, Jamie, it is with withdrawal symptoms. Giving up cannabis, it is.
Yeah, your body's used to it. Yeah.
I've had mates, Henry, right, that have give up cannabis like that, and they said that they've had like hot sweats and.
Yeah, I had that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's like they were like proper.
In the middle of the night, like just like a bucket, and just like
whew,
like
In the first couple of weeks when they give it up and that,
I had like messed up dreams and that.
Weird, messed up dreams. That's the other one, isn't it?
I heard that people who smoke weed, they don't remember the dreams.
Yeah, I think that's why though, because you don't really remember your dreams and that. And then when you quit smoking, you start dreaming properly, and it's just like, whoa, what's this? Do you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. Messed up dreams.
Yeah, I won't go into them.
Oh God!
Joking. No, but yeah, like, don't get me wrong, like, I don't know the problem with people smoking weed. I smoked it most of my life, but I had to quit that relationship, you know.
Mm.
wasn't serving me anymore. I smoked weed since I was like 11 years old to like 27, or do you know what I mean?
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
like every day. Like I.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of them. But
Where are you from, Henry?
I'm from Essex.
Whereabouts are you from?
Essex.
You're from Essex.
Where are you from?
Cool. Well, I live up. I live up north. I was born in. Edmonton, London. Well,
Oh right,
Middlesex.
born in London. So you're in
Yeah.
up
Born
north
in
now.
London. Lived up north. Lived near Jamie Brown at the minute. Not too far from Jamie.
Where
Yeah.
does he live? Where do you live, Jamie?
Blackburn.
Blackburn.
Yeah,
Up north.
almost Blackburn Rovers.
Up north. Up the north, lad. Yeah. Have you heard of Burnley, Henry?
I've heard of
Burnley.
Burnley, yeah.
Yeah, I live near Burnley,
Bingo.
near Blackburn, near Jamie. Yeah,
Sure.
I live up this way.
Interesting. Yeah, but
Near.
it's nice to talk to you both, though.
All right.
But I've got to shoot off because my phone's gonna die. And,
All right. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
more than happy to come back on another time or whatever.
Yeah.
If I have
Cool.
a
All right.
If I have a
Yeah,
live
nice
stream
to meet
soon,
you.
I'll,
Nice to
if
meet your acquaintance.
Oh yeah, you're doing a live stream soon then on your channel.
Yeah, well, I actually got a live stream ban.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. Why didn't you
Yeah.
do it on your backup channel?
Oh yeah, but I haven't really been using it because like I've only got a couple of subscribers on it.
Yeah,
so
it's hard to build it up. And
yeah,
it's not really worth it just for like 3 months.
yeah, exactly. But yeah,
So what's your YouTube channel called, Henry?
H1 Henry.
Oh, so it's H1 Henry then.
Yeah, that's why I put that name there.
I've looked at that. No worries, man.
Right, cheers, man. Right, well, take care, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too.
See you later.
Nice one. Cheers, Henry.
Right.
Yeah. So, what have you been up to then, Lee?
Well, I suppose you've gathered that I've been giving it a bit of time off with the lives and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought, in a way, Jamie, I just thought, right, I'll just have a step back, keep off it for a bit. Just, I don't know what it is.
Detox.
Yeah, a bit of a detox of the hangouts. Well, it's not even hangouts anymore, is it? Of the lives, you know. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So, yeah. It's not that I've been ignoring everyone. And I don't mean to be ignoring you. If you don't think I've been ignoring you, it's just I just thought, right, I can't be fucking bothered sometimes. Just like going live or just coming on. I can't be bothered. I just thought I'd give it a miss for a while. A bit incognito, as they say.
Incognito. Like
Yeah.
low profile.
Low profile, yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you go live the other day with your mom?
Well, we did, but then for some reason the stream got deleted. It said I deleted it, but somehow must have just accidentally deleted the stream or something.
Oh well.
But yeah, that Henry, I think he was saying how he used to be on Dell's, and I think that's where he seen me, and then he like got me on Facebook. But he said he was never really convinced of flat Earth. But he said I think he said that he couldn't really prove it or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he said he went in there to see what was going on, but he said he didn't watch Dell anymore. So, well, I haven't watched it much at all for months really. I've seen bits of stuff like with the push pull thing. I suppose even Jed admitted that there could be something to that with the push-pull argument.
Oh yeah.
That you could. Well, he was saying it was semantics or something that you could kind of.
Oh, wide awake now, aren't you?
You could drag it out for a couple of years or something. That's what he was saying.
Oh, you could drag it out for. You could drag that out for fucking ages, couldn't you? The push-pull thing, I suppose.
No pun intended. Drag it out.
Right? Yeah, yeah. Push it out. Pull it
Yeah.
out. Pull it out for a couple of more years, and then push it out, and then
Reminds me of
drag.
that song, Jerk It Out.
Jerk it out.
That one. Yeah. That's an old song. Yeah. Anyway, so
Yeah. You've been all right. You've been keeping all right, yeah.
yeah, not been too bad. I was actually out in Colne the other day.
No, what are you doing in cold?
Well, you know, Ballgrove Park, went there and we were at a walk through it, and it continues on, and we ended up coming to Wycoller Hole,
Ah, right, yeah.
and then we walked up a bit, and then it got quite high up, and it was like really windy and stuff, and then we dropped back down, and it was all right. But yeah, we had quite a decent walk there actually.
It's all right. I like it
No.
up there. White collar.
It was
Yeah.
dull though on that day.
Yeah. When did you go up there then?
Oh, was it Monday?
Mm. Yeah, actually, it's pretty shit weather, weren't it? Beginning of the week.
Yeah, it did get a bit better.
It's been
But it's not
nicer.
been that warm though. I mean, actually, yesterday weren't particularly good because I was out on a different walk yesterday. I went to that Holland Head Hall. Took someone there,
Oh,
and we had a
Holland.
walk
Yeah.
around. Ended up getting my feet a bit wet. It was all like really muddy and stuff, and it was just like horrible.
Get a wet feet.
I had to get out of that. It was really treacherous, and it was like it was worth it though.
Yeah, yeah. Wet feet. Shit. Mm.
Yeah, Golden Skull, how you doing? That's me mate in the chat right now.
Golden Skull. Hey, Golden
Yeah.
Skull. Yeah.
Yeah, so what else?
Well, Jin's in the chat. I'll say hello to Jin because he's been in the chat.
Yeah, I saw him in the chat earlier. He's not at the moment, is he?
Good evening, Jin. Come on, jump on.
Good evening to all my beautiful flat earthers.
Yes, come on, Jin, if you can get on the StreamYard.
Well, he said he can't get it or something in Japan.
Well, I don't know. I don't see how. No. Well, that's strange, that.
Oh no, I'd have to see it. Maybe it's something to like contact StreamYard about. Can you make it available?
Why can't our friend in Japan get on StreamYard? There's something not right about that. So we can all get on it here. I'm sure they'll have StreamYard in Japan.
What's going on with Tom Corner? He's not been on for a bit either.
I think he's working tonight. What was it? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, it's 4 nights in.
Oh, see, yeah.
Yeah, he's in tonight. He's in tomorrow night. So he's off Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Oh, to be able to join us on Monday then.
Yeah.
Well, I thought of changing it from Sunday to Monday because of lobe busters.
Well, yeah. Actually, that's not a bad idea.
because
Not a bad idea at
probably
all.
like. But then actually Dell was on Monday, and then
Yeah, I know. The thing is with Dell though, Jamie, he just seems to come on randomly, doesn't he?
yeah,
Like,
just like sporadically, just like
yeah,
come on.
he'll be like, he comes on a Saturday night, but then he'll be on a Sunday night randomly, or like a Wednesday
Yeah,
night randomly, or whatever. You know, he
it
comes
doesn't
on
have
random.
like a schedule. The only one is like Saturday. You know, he's gonna come on.
Oh, you know he's going to be on Saturday night, yeah. But it's like other nights, it's just random, isn't it? With Dell. We know that Dave, Flat Earth Dave, he's been on tonight. We know that because Tom goes like watches him, doesn't he? So
Yeah. Well, I think Dell's amazing. I believe everything he says. I believe everything he says about water. Water is flat everywhere. Water is flat. Where is it that bloody cow? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. We're being on StreamYard and not on the Hangouts like this. You can't really send anyone invites, can you?
Well, can you not send invites?
I don't know.
Can you just go where it says invite? Have you not got that?
No, I ain't got that.
Unless you just tell me who to send it to, and then I can just.
Oh no, I was just thinking like Tom, because I know he's at work, but I'm sure he'll come on if he's.
Unless there should be some way of doing it where you can send the link as well.
There's got to be, isn't there? I've got audio, video, flip, chat.
Can you not just copy that link that I sent to you and send and forward that link on? I don't know.
Let's see. If
Actually, I didn't send the link to. Oh, right, it's gone and come back soon, I guess. Anyway, I was almost with you, but I bought the shag we call it. We roll, but I'm probably getting there soon. Same like to me with meat, I just couldn't buy it anymore in the end. So it took about like on the saying 4 days smoke free. Yeah, that's good if you keep it up. If you don't want to relapse, and after 4 days, if you can get past about, I think they say if you get past about 28 days or something, 4 weeks, you're much more likely to quit for good then. But as long as you're making it every step to try and you know get into optimum health. Because we were talking the other night that you want to like be able to get into your 70s and even 80s without any like health ailments and stuff. Like that's ideal, really. So yeah, it is a bit quiet in here at the moment. I thought there might be some more, but might have been because of the topic matter before. Some people might not have been interested. That's why I do the other channel, focus on that topic. Maybe some other people that are interested in that topic will come over and kind of watch that. Yeah, so obviously the link's out there if you want to join in. Sort of feel free to click that link. So yeah, we did mention about the urine therapy before. Yeah, that's there's people that say it's got like antiseptic properties or something, but I don't know. I mean, if you see it as a waste product, then yeah, you probably don't want to be like consuming it. I mean, some people say it's excess, but not waste. Maybe it's meant more for like this, like as a fertilizer. So really, like excess of certain things come out, like nitrogen, it comes out in it, and it's good as a fertilizer. Oh, it's back. Right.
Hey, yeah. No, I tried to have a look. You can't do it like Hangouts, can you? Where you like gotta have a look to use
All
on.
right.
Or try and invite people. As soon as I fucking skip back off this, it shut me out.
Yeah.
Not like yeah, it's not like Hangouts where you can have a look for people or like still talk while you're doing anything else. Didn't let me do that. That's weird. At least I know I can't do that. Weird.
Yeah. So it's a bit quiet tonight, isn't it? But it might be because of what we were talking about earlier with the veganism and everything. I guess it's stuff that people just don't really resonate with on here.
Yeah, but it's getting big. It's getting bigger, though, isn't it? Veganism, you know.
Yeah, I
Like,
know. There's also
you
the
know,
counter movement against it. Because there was people in my chat earlier. You know,
well, there's
there
a
was one
counter
of
movement.
your
Oh yeah.
face. He was saying that vitamin A, you have to get it from the only reliable source of it is like from like animal products because it's retinol or something. But whereas in plant foods, it's like beta carotene, which he was saying most people can't convert it. But I was talking with Henry about that, and he was saying how that a few people will be low converters of it, but if they just had a couple of sweet potatoes a day, that'd be enough.
Yeah. Mm. Oh wow. Yeah. Interesting.
But yeah, I think there's just a lot of like hype over a lot of these nutrients and stuff. It's just
What
like
you doing? Yeah.
most of these supplements and stuff are just kind of
Yeah.
like they'll probably put fear into people, so then they feel they need to buy all these. But I get why he would take B12. I mean, I suppose you could argue that I'm taking a B12 supplement because I'm eating the fortified foods because they actually put B12 into that. It's like with the nutritional yeast, or you might say have like the plant milks or whatever, and they put B12 in some of those.
Yeah. Mm.
But it's not naturally occurring in that product.
See what you mean? Yeah.
But apparently, well water would have had it at one time, and they would have drunk from the well water and that because it wasn't so kind of sanitized back then. It was they would just kind of everything was a lot more natural, I suppose. So like when you go away from nature, it kind of just it doesn't do any service really.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, like when you see like you know how they like build the cities and stuff, but if you leave it for so long, it just goes back to nature. It's like it seems like almost everything that we do is kind of imposing on it in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Like, what are we really doing here? Why aren't we all? It's like something that Jed was saying the other night. This was a few. It's a couple of shows or whatever you're going to call it, shows, but streams ago, about how all these animals they have like a symbiotic relationship, but we are just kind of here to manipulate nature. But does it have to be that way? I mean, are we conditioned to just kind of be in disharmony?
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, interesting.
What's this? Groundwater is negative. What do you mean groundwater? Does that water that comes from the ground?
Aeon, that's on. Come on, jump on, Aeon.
Yeah, the link. I'll put the link in again. I suppose he's already said it, but in case anyone else wants to join, the links there.
Yeah, if anyone would like to join us, more than welcome.
I mean, Mick was there. I thought he might have come on. Maybe he was just kind of because I saw him in the other one. He tends to just like come on if there's not really a lot of people there, and he'll just try and
Yeah.
add something to the conversation.
Yeah, right, Jerry.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Alright, it's Mick. Like
You've got to prove anything's real. You got to prove whether it's real or not. It's all subjective.
yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Oh yeah, earlier he was commenting on how my conclusion is always that I don't know.
Alright, yeah.
But like I was saying that, well, most things I don't really know for sure. It's just a belief or it's just a kind of opinion.
Mm.
But sometimes I just say it out of habit, though.
I don't know. Yeah. I think it is. I think it's more
It's
out
like
of
when people say all the time. It's just
yeah,
a habit.
yeah, yeah. I don't
What
know.
does mean? Well, means like I don't know. I'm trying to think of something to say.
I don't know. Yeah.
So this into I don't get the fuzz when I hang on, oh mix there. Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil. Hey, Mick.
Don't know what I mean, like.
I don't know what you mean, like. You know what I mean, like.
Sorry, wait, have you been watching?
Cool, man.
Mick. Speak of the devil. There you
Speak of the devil.
go.
Oh, hold on. Oh, what's happening here? Am I echoing or something?
Yeah,
Someone's got the watch page on, I think.
Is that better?
yeah, sounds better.
That's better.
Yeah. It took me to add the other page on.
Oh yeah. So did you watch the first part of this stream then?
Yeah. I've been sitting here for a while, but I had to pop out just for a second to go to the shop.
Well, because that Henry came in,
Yeah.
that started talking about the veganism and stuff. It might have been good for you to come in. I thought.
Well, I was listening and it's like it's nice not to just interfere.
Yeah,
Like
kind of,
things, you know what I mean?
because it's like you've got more time to like collect your thoughts and stuff, haven't you?
But sometimes if you get in on a conversation and you're not listening and you start talking, you're not learning anything, are you? You're just swaying it to what you think.
Well, yeah, I think you've said that one before, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
This is what I found out though about that B12. There's a doctor or some scientist in Germany who thinks it's produced in the gut, and the people who suffer
Yeah,
from
I've seen stuff on that,
yeah.
But that's why I've been talking about it a lot lately, about the human newer and stuff, and because I've heard that you can't actually absorb it because of where it's produced in the gut, so it has to come out. So if it can come out in the feces, then could that, go into the soil and then that be a source of it then?
Well, the other thing I heard was it's containing some root vegetables. The roots take it up, but things that live on above the ground are not the same. They rely on like fungi and stuff like that to break the soil down. But deeper down, you've got that bacteria.
Well, I've heard that some fungi also have a bit of it in it.
Well, some things but the amount's too small, isn't it? You would have
Yeah,
to
like
a
2
massive amount
to 4%, so it wouldn't even be anywhere near enough. Like, as in that's like one serving, so it wouldn't be anywhere near enough.
No, you'd have to eat them all the time, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's it, and it just isn't really practical.
Well, species of animals go extinct, so surely plants do as well. Maybe our source of that's gone.
So what we're supposed to do then, like?
Well, that's why we probably do. We've got by fine on the bad diet that's covered them things, so maybe we're not bothered about the stuff we were originally getting it from, and that's perished or whatever. So now we're relying on the artificial way. But there again, is the people that produce a lot of it. And the other thing they said was there's none in baby milk, breast milk whatsoever, and it's at a time when the baby is grown and would need it the most. So where does it get it from?
Well, don't they already have it in them to begin with, like stored away for like future use? Because when it gets passed on like through pregnancy, perhaps, and then.
Well, you've grew quite a bit from when you first go on the nipple to when you come off, haven't you?
Yeah, wouldn't you like have enough in you for when you've grown and like, I don't know, I'm just kind of.
I don't know. How long is it stored in the body for? Does the body just
I
store
bet
it? Or
because
does
it gets stored for like up to 2 years or something like that.
All right, so I'll be experiencing the effects of lack of it round about now then.
Well, you've not had any of the fortified foods then in that time, have you?
I probably did in the beginning because I don't eat cereals and things like that. I don't eat bread. And that's fortified.
Yeah, because some of that they had B12 in, don't they?
Yeah. But then what happens if you're getting fortified stuff and you're eating a lot of that, and you're going to be toxic with it. You're going to get too
Well, I've
much.
heard about that, about vitamin B12 overload and all that. Like where they say that the vitamin A, if you eat too much organ meats, you get like too much vitamin A. So it would be like, I guess it could be the same problem with like B12. I've heard. But don't you just store it if you have excess for later use? It's not like, or is it only so much that you can store? Like,
I don't know. I've never really given it any thought. I just took no notice of it. It's only now I've started to really look into it. Like, why would I look into it? It wasn't even a thing. You know what I mean? Until people, it's only somebody talks about it. I'm not experiencing anything. But then again, I don't know what the symptoms are. Maybe they are. So I'll have to look into that.
well, apparently anemia is one of the symptoms of B12 deficiency.
Well, I'm sleeping better now. If the sleep's got anything to do with it as well. Do you know what I mean? And it says sometimes you can find it harder to get to sleep, can't you? Well, I'm sleeping better.
How long do you sleep for usually?
5, 6 hours.
Yeah, so you're a bit like lower than the average then.
Well, I've always been like that though.
Yeah.
Sometimes less. I'm always working.
So they recommend 8 hours, don't they, a night? You should have 8 hours sleep a night. Recommended.
Like, where does that come from? How is everybody exactly the same? It's like everybody has a different sweet spot, don't they, for them?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's what I mean. So recommended you should sleep for this or whatever a night. So nah, 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours. I'll be happy. You know, with just that sleep a night. Sometimes.
Have you ever slept for a really long time?
No, I don't do it.
Well, when I have, I feel worse. You feel
Yeah.
horrible when you sleep too long.
Yeah, if say if you woke up in the morning and you've gone back to sleep, yeah, you slept longer than what you would usually would. Does it makes you feel shit? It's horrible. It's
Gives you
Well, I
bad head,
once woke up in the middle of the night and then stayed up and like started feeling like low, really low, like like almost suicidally low. Like that's, I don't know, I wouldn't, maybe not that high, but you know, like just. But then as soon as it brightened up, it was all right. It was weird.
What about that sad seasonal disorder thing?
I don't know. It was
That's
more just. I think what it is that when you wake up at a time that you don't usually wake up, and
Yeah.
it's like the hormones or whatever, isn't it?
So you need to be stimulated with light as well, don't you? Like, you definitely need light. You couldn't survive just in
Yeah,
darkness.
because when there's lack of light, what happens is that melatonin kicks in. So apparently, what we should be doing is because we have all these artificial lights and stuff which emit all this blue light and stuff, which isn't like I'm looking at a screen, but I've not got a light on at the moment. I'm trying to like not have lights on, so then I can actually drift off better when I'm done on here.
Yeah.
Try not to have all the light on all the time. Or what some people do is they have like these like glasses on where you just see the red light, so it filters out all the blue and all the green and everything.
Yeah.
So that way you can you're not it's not kind of affecting your ability to get to sleep and stuff, because they say like if you've been staring at screens all day, it's going to take about at least an hour or two to wind down from all that.
Yeah.
So when you got all these kids that are on these like video games all day after school, they're on it all night.
It's like for example, Jamie, it's like my lad Jovian, right? He comes at, like, I've been bringing him in from school this week. He started at high school, and bring him on, and he goes straight upstairs, takes his uniform off, puts the Amazon tablet on, so he's just watching that all night, YouTube, until he goes to bed, basically. It's the same, yeah. That's all he does is just watch YouTube on a tablet.
Well, yeah, whatever you're
And that,
doing, basically, if you're staring at a screen all the time, and then you've
yeah,
got
that's what he's doing.
all these lights and stuff, and it's all it's flickering and all the time and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Yep.
it's just like not allowing you to kind of like start winding down. So when you're
Yeah.
trying to get to sleep, and then you're just going to be there for at least an hour trying to
Yeah.
get to sleep.
Yeah.
But when
Yeah.
even like an hour, it's just going to seem like forever, isn't it? When you're trying to get to sleep.
Well,
The thing
to
is,
be
the more you
honest,
try and get to sleep, the harder it is.
it's nothing. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing worse than that. Lying there, right? I need to go to sleep, and you know you need to go to sleep, and you're trying to force yourself to go to sleep. It just does not work. It's like just lying. You just end up like just lying there. There's
Yeah, the
nothing worse
tossing and
than that.
turning and stuff.
Yeah, nothing worse than
The
that.
thing is, though, most people when they're asleep, they're tossing and turning. They get restless sleep. So when they say about this 8 hour sleep thing, the thing is though, you could go to sleep for 4 hours, and if it's a good quality sleep where you've been rested, then that's probably enough for a lot of people.
Yeah, true. Yep. Yeah. Varies, I think. Definitely varies.
So what do you
But
think could be that like cause you some people to need more sleep than others? Does it depend on your activities and stuff?
well, it could do, yeah. I don't know.
It's probably a combination of all, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it might. Do you think diet could have something to do with it?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking if you
Imagine
eat a
trying to
lot of
go.
dense food that takes more digestion.
Well, could you eat a huge, massive curry until you bloat and then go straight to sleep?
Well, you just feel tired after you've had food, don't you? Like, well, I mean, big amounts of food.
There's fatigue, though, isn't there? There's the fatigue and you can get because it's not that I wasn't tired, I just couldn't sleep before. You know what I mean? So it's like there's fatigue and there's tiredness, isn't there? There's two different things.
Well, yeah, I suppose in a way.
Yeah, fatigue, yeah.
You want to sleep, but you can't.
Mm.
Have you ever woke up sweat, like covered, so you're soaking? There's a wet patch of you where you've been lying on the bed.
Not sure.
There's times I was absolutely soaking. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and the bed was soaking. I'd like waft the blankets and you could feel the cold air on us, like, because it was that wet. Like as if I'd been doing a workout in bed or something. You know?
I've heard that the majority of people, like, when they're sleeping, they're actually breathing through their mouth or something. And apparently, you're not supposed to do that.
Well, See, I'm always getting fucking shouted at for snoring when I go to bed. I sleep on my back. If I sleep on my back, I snore. I'm always breathing in and out of my mouth. Giving it, snoring on my back. And I always get an elbow. Get the old elbow in the back.
Yeah, there's one thing you can do. I saw this guy on Facebook. He taped his mouth up so that it forces him to breathe through his nose. That's one way of doing it, I suppose. It's a bit kind of drastic, but
Yeah, I always find I sleep on my back. If I'm on my back, yeah, I snore. But then my wife says, even if I sleep, even if I turn over, I snore. So it doesn't really matter. I still snore. I try, I always get told off.
well, people have said that I snore, but like it was when I was away on a trip with some group of people or something. They said I was snoring. I was like, all right, well, when I'm at home, like apparently I don't snore. It might just depend on where you're sleeping at. If it's somewhere that's not very comfortable and it's that you can't get a good rest or something, then your quality of sleep might not be as good. I don't know. That could be what causes it, I guess.
Could be. Could be.
Or it might depend on the position that you sleep in. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like it's like my missus. She's always saying if I sleep on my back, if I'm lying down on my back, like I always snore. But it doesn't matter if I turn over or anything. I seem to snore anyway. So I don't think it really matters that much. I think it's the person.
Have you heard the one about sticking a ball on your back, like a tennis ball?
Mm.
So you can't lie on your back, you're laying on your side.
Yeah, they used to do that though, didn't they? Make like sew a tennis ball into your
Pajamas.
back, yeah, into your pajamas top, so you wouldn't lie on your back. You'd have to turn over. Yeah, I've seen all that. It don't really matter.
I'll tell you what gets me about it though is some of them snores can be so loud it rattles the house, and the person who's snoring doesn't hear it.
Yeah. It's like I said to my missus, she's always having to go at me for fucking snoring. I said to her that like get up in the morning after, and she's like, "Oh, you were snoring last night." No, I don't snore. I don't do that. You fucking were. You kept me awake. I don't do that. Fuck off. You do. You were snoring. I don't do that. Yeah. All right then. I'll stick my recorder on next time. Fucking record it.
Oh.
I don't snore. Yeah, you do.
All right, Leon.
Hello, Mick. Hello, Jamie. Hello, Lee.
all right.
Hey. All right,
Hey.
Leon.
Yeah, not bad, mate. Yeah. So, have you come across anything to do with tongue posture?
Yeah.
Tongue
Yeah,
posture.
on Facebook with all that thing about like the nose breathing and all that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I've been doing that about like resting the tongue on the top of your mouth.
yes, really important.
No,
Tongue posture.
I
So
haven't
this
heard
is
of that.
this is a really important thing, basic and fundamental to our condition. If you run the tip of your tongue up across the roof of your mouth, what do you feel? If you run the tip of your tongue up across the hard palate, along the hard palate in the roof of your mouth, do you feel a line up there? Like there's a line of like
I was just going to say like a seam down the middle.
Yeah.
yes, expansion, Mick. That's expansion for the skull. Now, this is like if you put your tongue up there, you can make that noise, yeah? When you pull it down. Yeah?
Yep.
That line is so your tongue doesn't stick up there, and also the shape of your skull is dependent on the position of your tongue in your mouth. The importance of the tongue, it really brings this awareness to you. And when you focus on, it takes quite an effort to remind yourself all the time to keep your tongue in the right position. Having your tongue in the correct position forms your teeth, brings your teeth into line. And this is why people are having all this sort of orthodontic work done, and they have to keep retainers in their mouth. Otherwise, the teeth fall back to the position of their tongue, wherever their tongue is postured in the mouth, and it affects the jaw, the mandible, how it hangs from the maxilla, from the skull, and having your tongue in the right, you breathe correctly through your nose. Like we're all badly breathing. Like we all breathe badly. You get your tongue in the right place, you breathe correctly, and it makes a very, very much like to your awareness. And I would say that there's a connection that's tongue in the right position. And something I've learned from this is what has happened. So what's the first thing you do when you come out of your mum? Yeah, when you come out of your mum, when your mum, she puts you on her chest, what's the first thing you want to do? What's the first thing an infant does?
Suck on the breast. Feed.
It goes because it wants to get onto the breast.
Yeah.
It wants to suck the nipple. And this has all been stopped now for all this fucking artificial milk stuff and like the bottles and that and formulated milk. Women don't do it anymore because it hurts. This is a massive thing, this fucking tongue posture stuff, I tell you. Massive thing. And so our skulls developing properly. There are, if you see a skull, there's lines in the skull. They're called sutures. And these are expansion points, the same as that one up in the roof of the mouth there, yeah? Which opens up. As you get your tongue in the right place, your skull, open up, your skull, your cheekbones become more prominent, and your chin and your the mandible fall into the correct position. You do not do this. You know, we're not sucking on the breast, and this is done deliberately. And we know enough. All of us here know enough to know that these influencing groups upon how we live today, they are imposing negativity on us as much as possible. Like so we don't reach our potential, and this is a basic and fundamental thing that's being hidden from us. And you should get your children doing it. You should get your children onto it. It makes such a difference. Makes you breathe properly, like into your stomach. You become a proper breather. How we're supposed to breathe. We've all become like sedentary, lazy things, and our tongues drop down in our mouths, like into the lower palate, down into the soft palate, and our jaws drop back into our neck. We get all like skinny, weak neck. If you've got your tongue in the right place, your tongue posture's right, and you think about your tongue, it's a massive muscle that goes right down your throat and into your sort of chest, and it connects all into your rib cage, and it's so like once you practice it fully, you realise how important the tongue and tongue posture are in health, and breathing, which affects everything, like the oxygen in your blood and how you think, how the energy flows, how you stand, how you walk, how you sit. It's a fundamental thing, and
well, yeah, it's exactly. It's like how you talk as well, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like with the tongue, you need your tongue for a lot of different reasons. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Really, if you think about it.
and the tongue is like the talking snake. Like, imagine if you'd never seen a human before, and they come up to you, and when their mouth opens, you see this thing like sort of wobbling around inside, and sort of noise comes out of it. Yeah, it's like, and if you see Shiva has he has a snake around his neck, which like a sort of cobra, which is like the shape sits up like it's like your tongue should be up in the roof of the mouth, and it has like the dot like on it, and there's I mean I'll push it out a little bit and say it's very much to do with higher thinking, this tongue posture stuff.
Yeah.
And it cures snoring. You don't snore anymore.
Yeah, it's like my missus. She's like, "Oh, you need to go to the doctors to sort your snoring out." Nah, fuck that. I'll just sleep downstairs. Yeah. That'll make it easier. I'll just sleep downstairs.
Interesting, though, yeah? Do you not think that?
Oh God, yeah, yeah.
And it's something that takes effort, but we can all do it.
Funny though, isn't it? It's funny though, John, because until you actually sleep with someone and in the same bed and say, "Oh, you fucking snore," and you're like, "No, I don't. No, I don't." Well, how the fuck do you know if you snore or not when you're asleep? You don't know, do you? You don't know.
I think some people wake themselves up snoring. I think
my wife does that. To be honest, John, my wife does that. When like I'm lying there in bed, right, and she's lying there, and she's like, it's like she wakes herself up, turning over. It's like, you were snoring last night. No, I weren't. No, I weren't. You fucking weren't. Get me awake, because you were snoring. No, I weren't. No, I weren't.
It's like someone dragging furniture around on a wooden floor, isn't it? Like,
fuck sake. It's one of them that keeps you awake. Fuck
yeah. No, I couldn't have that. Elbow in it, like, wait, elbow in the ribs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I often wake up. Sore ribs. Yeah. Fucking hell.
And I would suggest that this tongue posture stuff should be taught to children at school. It's really important. Like how you digest your food. It's everything. It's so important.
Yeah.
And it's the first thing an infant wants to do. They want to go straight on the nipple and suck this, and they get anything in their mouths and go.
Yep.
And that action, that's you should to do it correctly, you need to apply that sort of pressure to the roof of your mouth. You're constantly doing that, reminding yourself all the time. Like to get your tongue up there, and then you relax. You pull your tongue to the back of your throat, and you can feel it right down into your chest. And how it affects, from my experience, how it's affected, like so it straightened my neck up, straightened my head position, my chin has fallen back, and it's like the muscles around the base of the neck where they join onto the chest, they've really developed. Like, I mean, not to some sort of great big degree, but I can feel it. You know, I can feel the effort that I put in to do this. And you know, like if you go training, you feel it in your muscles. I can feel it in these sort of tendons in, like from the base of my neck down through my chest and down through my back. And it's like an anatomical change. We sit down and everyone now, they're fucking, excuse me swearing, their necks hang forward. Like where everyone's sitting down all the time these days. Like the shoulders come forward and the shoulders are round, their backs are round, and their necks like jut out forwards, and their head is in the wrong position. And I mean, I'm kind of sure this is all very negative to our general well-being, and something that should be taught to children when they're young.
Oh, yeah. Too fucking right, mate. You're right.
And it makes the teeth form into the correct position and be all straight. I mean, my teeth are terrible. I had the school when I was 14. The school dentist took 5 of my teeth out, and I was, without my wish, like I didn't want this to happen, and I was supposed to wear a brace, but like this is in the sort of in the late 70s, and it was very different from what it is now, all that sort of orthodontic stuff, and I didn't want to do it. I didn't even want to start it, you know. My teeth were okay, but
how old are you, Mick? John, sorry, how old are you, John?
I'm 53.
53, right. Yeah.
And
yeah, it's a lot different then, weren't it?
yeah, and I didn't want all that. I didn't want to wear a brace and all that sort of thing, and like some horrible metal in my mouth all the time. And I knew how uncomfortable it would be.
Yeah.
And it would have had to have been for many years. I just didn't want it. I knew it was not. I knew it. But so I had 5 teeth removed, and consequently my teeth and also consequently to not having my tongue in the correct position, my teeth have sort of moved all around the place and twisted and turned and yeah. So if I would have known, or if this idea of tongue posture would have been something that was implemented to the children at school, they wouldn't have this dental industry they've got today, where people spend loads of money on having their teeth forced into a position. Some people even have their jaws shortened. Like they have an operation of their jaws shortened to move them back into line, and then the teeth will not stay in that position without a retainer. They will move around. And so it's not a long-term fix, really. It's like a sort of cosmetic approach to sort of looking good, but it's not practical and functional. I mean, they'll still work, but my teeth still work. You know, I can sort of masticate my teeth, my food, enough to soften it for swallowing. So the teeth can get into a pretty bad condition and still be functional. But if we want high function, for our bodies, this is something that really needs to be put into practice. And I encourage all the children in my family now to do this. It's such a from my experience now. I've been doing it since the start of the year, and it's really beneficial, very beneficial. And it will kick all this orthodontic stuff, wearing braces and having teeth pulled around and wisdom teeth pulled out and all this sort of stuff. Yeah. And people having all these pains with their wisdom teeth is a consequence of tongue posture.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had like pains when they were coming through. I don't have it now, though, but yeah, it was probably through that then.
Your pride, and so it does. It creates this sort of classic look where the jaw, where the cheekbones become more prominent, like the skull widens, the cheekbones become more prominent, and the jaw becomes more muscular and falls back into place, correct placing. And it's like a sort of classic look. If you see it in like all the sort of classic handsome men and women have this. They have a very good tongue position, and it's kind of programmed into us to recognize this as being healthy. Like we see this in someone, and intuitively we know it means good health. You see it in someone, you think, oh, they don't have to be particularly handsome or beautiful like physically, but it aligns the face correctly, and it's all to do with tongue posture.
I never thought of it that way, but it's true.
Would you say health's directly related to your mouth? Because do you know when they used to buy the slaves and things, they looked in the mouth. It wasn't. We don't want you suffering from toothache. It wouldn't matter to them. They could still work. So it was about health, wasn't it? Like what were they looking for when they were checking you?
Yes. Don't.
And isn't there supposed to be a direct
It's like
correlation?
just. I'm sure it's the sort of thing, Nick, that I've just been speaking of. Because
I'm breaking up a bit there.
Yeah, I just got bits of that.
please continue, Mick.
I was listening to you. You broke up. I was just saying that. You know, plaque. That's
Please continue, Mick.
Directly connected to heart disease, isn't it? The plaque on your teeth.
I haven't heard that before.
I ain't
Have
heard
you
that
not?
before. No, I ain't.
Yeah. So basically, watching your veins is plaque, or could be. They think there's a direct connection to it. So people with heart disease, it's digesting lots of plaque as well.
Hmm.
And you asked, and you commented on that, Jamie. Do you remember?
What? Comment on what?
I typed in the chat, groundwater is negative. When you was talking about drinking water from a well.
Oh.
Now this is a con, because the body cannot assimilate inorganic vitamins and minerals. It cannot. It does not. It will not. Once water touches the ground, it's not pure. It's loaded with inorganic vitamins and minerals. This is what happens when you cook food. We're putting inorganic vitamins and minerals into our bodies, and this is what plaque is, and this is what furring of the arteries is, and this is what calcification of the joints is. But they give us all these stupid reasons for it, and what it is that we're putting inorganic vitamins and minerals in our bodies. We are dying, like when you dye a piece of material, you impregnate a fabric with another with other minerals, to change its color. You You die the material. We are dying our bodies with, this is why we die, because it's the food that kills you. It's the food that kills you because we're stuffing inorganic vitamins and minerals into our bodies, and they collect in the body. The body cannot assimilate them. Some of it comes out as shit and stuff, but so much of it, the really fine particles, causes arthritis, mental problems, where it all collects in the brain. All these age-related things.
Does some of it come out in mucus then?
Possibly. I don't know about that for sure, Jamie. I don't
I
know.
heard this thing about mucus in the joints causing arthritis or something.
Right. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, that's different kind of mucus or something, but
Mucus is are related to being acidic.
yeah, it's like it's created when there's in like response to inflammation or something.
It's the inorganic stuff that makes you acidic. That makes us acidic. We've got so much to learn about. We've been fed a load of bullshit. We've been fed a load of rubbish. It's really simple, really. Same as everything. In the end, there's something really simple about it all.
What happens
And
if we eat lots of calcium and it builds up in your joints, and then the acid's there to break the calcium down, so that's why we end up with brittle bones and things.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Because if you've got too much of something, your body tries to get rid of it, doesn't it?
What I know is that you use distilled water or urine. I know many people don't even want to think about this kind of stuff, but so we'll just say distilled water. Use distilled water and it flushes out the inorganic. It's negatively charged. It's negatively charged. It rushes around the body and just sucks all this bad stuff out of it because distilled water cannot affect organic. Like otherwise, we know this because when it rains, it would melt your skin and it would take the leaves off the trees and all this sort of stuff. But it doesn't. It just washes away the dirt and takes it into the water streams and into the sea. And this is like what happens in our bodies. You put distilled water into your body, clean water, just water, like not this other impure stuff like groundwater. Groundwater is bad for us, and they call it well. Ha ha ha! Like what a con.
Well,
We should only be putting rainwater, like sky water into our bodies. If like optimally, you need water, and you have to drink groundwater sometimes, possibly, but distilled water, like just water. Distilled water is like you drink that, means all these and can start working properly. Vegetables, they want water, and in for example, an orange, it puts distilled water into an orange skin, and you eat the orange because it's really tasty because it contains distilled, and apples and all fruit and veg. They are distilled water. It isn't the other. It isn't the matter or the fiber. It's the distilled water that heals, that makes us healthy, that cleans our bodies.
Isn't there a difference though between the distilled water we drink and nature's distilled water? In nature, it never gets to boiling point, does it? It's always distilled at a raw temperature.
Precipitation creates distilled water, creates water.
But what I'm trying to say is anything living is killed in boiling water. It survives in nature's distiller, doesn't it?
As water falls from the sky, it is distilled.
Yeah.
What
That
about
process.
when you get like acid rain or something like?
Yes, I don't know about rain, Jamie. I don't know. I don't know about acid rain.
Did you know ultra pure water is highly corrosive?
Water is highly corrosive. Yes. Air is. Yeah, it has like a breaking down property, doesn't it, to the inorganic. Yeah. Like it wants to break it down, doesn't it, and take it back to the sea.
It's in a cycle, isn't it? It just keeps going around.
Yeah. It's like the cleaning process. It's kind of the Earth's cleaning mechanism, and everything's everything's a water filter. Everything. We're water filters. Like we urinate highly distilled water. Andrew Norton Webber claims that urine is the most distilled liquid.
Yeah, that's why we know people that drink their own pee.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. That's disgusting.
I
Why,
didn't even
Josh?
see your name, Jamie, but you started going into Tom Corner voice. But yeah, people that drink their own pee, that's fair enough. You know.
Well, some people are going on about how there's like bacteria that ends up in it, and if you drink it, then it messes up your gut health or something. If you do it too often, I mean, because I was talking with a guy earlier, and he was saying that you should only maybe do it in like say Bear Grylls or whatever, where it's like just in a survival situation or whatever.
Jamie, I'm 53 years old. Yeah. I'm in really good nick. Mate. Yeah.
So what
and I've
happened
been
with that?
7 years now. 7 years every day. 7 years every day. At first, I used to drink as much as I could, but you end up sort of urinating all the time, and it becomes too much. So over time, I've learned when I should and when I shouldn't, and but yeah, I'm in very good nick. Yeah, and I can only be my own example, can't I? That's all I can be, and look at the people around me. That's all I can do. And not that I don't want to encourage anybody or to pressure anybody to do let people drink beer, Jamie. Let them drink beer and eat meat. Good luck to them. Why don't you see fat old people? Why do you not see fat old people? Yeah, because the food kills you. You eat too much. You diet. Because it's the food that kills you. That's a fact. It's evident. Just look around you. It's like we're all blind, isn't it? Made dumb through the stuff we're putting into our mouths. Just stuff it in, get it in there. Right. Loads of sugar. Loads of beer, loads of meat. I'm killing.
Yeah.
Is that Jez?
Yep.
All right.
All right, Jez.
Now then.
Hello, Jez.
I'm just chilling, just listening.
Cool, man.
What are we on with?
How's your Batman car going? How's
I don't want to go there.
3D printer going?
Threw me head in. That's what he's doing.
You're nearly there yet?
I wish, mate. I wish.
How long? How long are you going to go?
Till the morning, then that piece is done. and then I start it again.
Fucking hell.
I know. All good fun though. All good fun.
Well, I suppose it's going to take time to get it done, isn't it?
Oh, aye. Yeah. Once
Yeah.
it's done, it's done. I can sell some copies then. That'll do,
Yeah,
mate.
that's true.
I've already sold 2, so I'm happy.
Mm.
I've got a good deal on it, so I'm pleased.
What are you making,
yeah,
Jez?
true.
I'm doing my Batman car, mate.
What scale is it? Like what size?
Full size.
You're making a full size car
Mm-hmm.
with a printer.
Tumbler
No,
job.
I'm just printing just parts of the car with the 3D printer.
Right.
Mate, it's only the body. That's all. Just the
And
body.
what size parts can you create with the printer?
Any size, mate. Any size. I just have to break it down, and that's it. Suitable for the size of the 3D printer. Then print the parts up, stick them together, mold it, and then make a full cast.
How many pieces do you think you've got to make? How many? You know.
For the back burner, it's 12 pieces,
All right.
and then yeah, and then that's that part done. Then I'll start the body, which is 18 pieces altogether. Yeah, it took me about 3 or 4 months to print the full body.
And how much plastic do you have to, like? Will it cost you a lot of money to buy the plastic for that? Like,
Yeah, I'll probably say about 2 grand, 2.5 grand in PLA.
for the whole body of the car.
Yeah.
Not too bad, really. Eh? That's not. I mean, comparative to what.
Well, it's 2.5 grand. That's just for a mold, just so I can mold
Yeah.
it up, and then you got your fiberglass and your silicon. So you're looking about, top of my head, I'd probably say about 8 grand
Right.
in total. So
Right.
it's that's still cheap as chips, mate. I mean, to buy that body to
Yeah.
what the car is, you're probably looking about 25 grand, maybe a bit more.
And did you have to buy like the blueprint or something for it to?
No, well, I'm not really, because I've got a good relationship with, my friend who designed the car and everything. So I'm building basically the car off his blueprints. Yeah, we've been working together for about 3 years, mate, and yeah, it's been good fun, good relationship.
Nice. Well, you're obviously very much into it. Yeah, I can tell that.
Yeah, too far into it now, mate. I wish I'd never started it, but I'm too far in now, so I've got to complete it. So.
And what sort of motor will it have? How will it be driven?
Well, originally it had a Dodge Viper engine, but it was causing me complications, so I had to change it. So now I've gone for a V8 Chevy 5.7 litre. Yeah, it's just under 400 brake horsepower. The time I finish with the engine, everything, yeah, it'll be about 550 brake horse, I reckon, when I finish. That's without no superchargers, I hope. But yeah, I'm just plodding on, mate. Do you know what I mean? Just plodding on. That's why you won't see. That's why nobody's seen me for a bit, because when you get so concentrated on your life, you've got to crack on. That's what I've been doing for a bit. I come on here, I listen, right, but it's just getting time, innit? Do you know what I mean?
Well, big projects like that, it needs focus and intention.
Yeah, it certainly does, mate. It certainly does. It's one of the biggest projects I've ever done. I know I'm doing it, but I'm just looking forward to it. It'd be good for the town. It'd be good for you know, for me and everybody else. It'll do good, mate. It'll do all right. I hope it does.
Oh yeah.
Just keep going. That's all you can do. You know, some people are into train sets, and you know, I'm into Batman. So I've
Is it
even
the car from is it the car from the television series or one of the films?
it's one of the films, Mick. It's the Dark Knight or Batman
Oh,
Begins. It's the
Right.
tumbler. Yeah, it's good fun.
What about the rims? Have they got to be made or something, or
No, I've got the original wheels actually off the car itself. I got them from Warner Brothers.
right?
Yeah, I fell on my feet a little bit with the car. I've got the lights off the car. Well, I had two. I've got a body panel off the car. I've got some bits and bobs from the original car itself to put on mine. So yeah, everyone's in different places, and you know, I've got quite a lot of friends in the movie industry. So I'm quite blessed, really. My passion.
Quite blessed. Yeah, I'd say.
So what are we all talking about then?
Well, I was just going on about tongue posture and water and this kind of stuff.
Oh
But
yeah.
it seems like I kind of battered everybody with that one. I think.
Yeah, I see what you mean about because I've been off meat for a bit myself, Aeon. And believe it or not, I don't really miss it. I don't. So I did a week off, and then I had a bit of a blip. Like I had 2 or 3 days back on it, but I'm back off it again, and I've cut my sugars out now, my teas and all that, and I am actually feeling quite.
Was that the infamous
Yeah,
Barbie at Tom?
yeah, that was the one, mate. That was the one.
The famous Barbie at Tom's, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I heard a little glimpse on what you were saying. You know, you don't see many fat old people.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, Dagon was saying that his dad's overweight and he's 84.
Yeah, there are some. I can think of Patrick Moore. Is the only one I can really think of. And the politician. There was a politician who was a great big fat man. I mean, perhaps he was older than he looked, perhaps, but
yeah,
there are some.
It all depends on your diet. At the end of the day, it's it's what you put in your mouth. You know, at the end of the day, like I say, you go back 30 years ago. I mean, that's when the old people are coming today. They had like proper food, and they stick to their like traditions, if you know what I mean. Where you've got like the generation of my age, where we're introduced to cakes and all that crap, and you know, it's your decision at the end of the day and what you want to do with your life, with your body, innit? You know, if you want to eat shitty McDonald's, you're going to eat it, but I tend to stay away from it.
I think there's like choice. I don't know. I think people are really bombarded with information to make them want to eat these things, like all the advertising and all this stuff. It's kind of it's not as easy as just making a choice. I think it's quite like there's a lot of psychological pressure and peer pressure on people to eat badly. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jez. I eat some crap. You know what I mean? I don't not eat crap. Yeah.
Well, you
the other week, was it mini rolls or something?
Yeah. My friend came and he brought a load of junk food with him, and he brought a pack of 8 mini rolls.
Oh, I've been well in them, mate.
Yes. It's been a long time, mate. But
Yeah.
and before I went to bed, I saw them on the side, and it kind of sort of overtook me. And I thought, "Fuck it, I'm gonna have one of them."
Why not?
And then 5 minutes later, I'd eaten 3,
Yeah.
and I was like, "What happened?" Like, how did,
It doesn't hurt to have a bit of a binge now and again. Do you know what I mean? It don't hurt, but as long as you don't make it every day. But it's like what you said, you know, with the advertisement. You go on Facebook, for instance, it's full of it. You know, eat this, eat this. It's all chocolate this, chocolate that, cakes this. And then it's showing you meats, grease, cheese, all this shite all banged together. I mean, it's fucking revolting, but it's pushed. It's advertisement. It's psychologically sucking you in to make that product and get you big and fat. They want you big and fat. You know what I mean?
big fat and stupid.
That's what they do. You know, a lot of people. I mean, I can see it. You know, I'm awake to it. I can see what's going on. The advertisement is just a manipulation. That's all they do, and it sucks you in, and it works.
In some years to come, all this will be seen as child abuse. People poisoning their own children.
Yeah, it will be, mate. Yeah, I can agree with that. It will be.
And as we're addicted to it, we put it on, but we know better. There's no excuse. We know better, but we still do it to our children.
Yeah. Well,
mums and dads buy stuff for them.
Well, you only have to look at the fast food restaurants. You know, they had to imply the healthy eating scenario. Do you know what I mean? We do salads now. Now, if you look at a salad, it's like £5, and when you get a big double cheeseburger for £2.50, which way are you going to go?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's how they do it. They say, "Oh yeah, we're advertising it, but it's at a stupid high price." And that's what they do. They'll just manipulate you.
Yeah.
But we're learning, and the change is happening. It's definitely happening, and I only see it getting better and better. And people will be healthier and healthier, and this will have a direct effect on how we behave, how we think, how we interact with each other. There'll be less aggression, and yeah, it will be a different society.
Well, that's why I like coming on these hangouts and, you know, like talking to people, because we live in the real world and we can actually see what's going on. Do you know what I mean? And you, like, for instance, like I say, you go on your Facebook. I've never seen so many bloody sheep in my life. Do you know what I mean? They're so manipulated that they don't even know what bloody reality they're in. It's frightening, absolutely frightening, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I was on there last night, and, you know, I don't want to bore anyone with it, but you've got that Brexit deal at the minute. But I'll clear it up quite simple. The Brexit deal is not even happening. It's never happened. It's just another manipulation to get more money out the public. It's just another, I'm having your pants down. They make things up. They do it all the time. Well, but in their reality, what they say is, "Oh no, we voted out, so we're going out. Oh no, we voted in." And I turned around and said to him, "Went, this is going to cause trouble." And there was like, and this fucking idiot, he went, "No, it's not. That's between the government. It's a government thing." I went, "Shut up, you fucking idiot, man." I went, "It's going to cause a war. Get ready for the trouble, because it's coming."
Absolutely.
And they can't see it. Do you know what I mean? I like, you lot are getting played, and you're all falling for it. The puppets are controlling you.
What I would say about this Brexit, and it's exit, isn't it? It's Brexit.
Yeah.
What I would say about this is that it doesn't apply to England, and it doesn't apply to Britain. It doesn't apply to men and women. It's applicable to the United Kingdom, which is a legal fiction.
Yep.
And legal names, which are legal fictions. None of it is real. They've created another layer, or it's just jobs for the boys, more money for them, like their stupid little world that they've made us. They've got us talking about this fantasy. It's all fiction.
Yeah.
It doesn't. And fictions is the government, like the UK, the government, and that's a private corporation. United Kingdom is a company. It's like McDonald's or Adidas or whatever. It isn't. It isn't. It has nothing to do with law, with England or with Britain. And it's a massive con. We've been conned again.
Yeah, because if you go on the National Treasury and you type in the government, they're a corporation.
Yes.
They're a business.
Yes, and every council is a corporation.
Yep.
They're all fictional things, and they've got men and women thinking that we have duties and responsibilities and obligations towards them. And if you ask them, I want proof of claim. I, man, require proof of claim that there is an obligation, duty, or responsibility upon I to act or represent oneself as a legal fiction, and they cannot do it.
No,
they cannot do it.
They can only do it to paperwork because it's another maritime law.
Yes.
That's all it is. Because I actually push that quite a lot, Ion, the legal fiction name. I push it all over the place.
Yes.
And people need the right to know these laws that they're not supposed to know.
That's what you said.
Well, since, I mean, I don't really push the flat earth now because I just can't be arsed with it. As long as I know the truth, that's all that matters, because on the internet, you're just wasting your time. It's just a big little battle. But with the legal fiction, I find it wakes them up. And that's a stepping stone. Once they start waking up to that, then they're going to go, what more lies have these lot been telling? Then they'll introduce themselves into the, the other phenomenals. But they need to know, they need to be woken up. They need to know that they are all underneath common law and they don't need to stand underneath this fucking maritime legal fiction straw man.
Yes.
Yes,
it's vitally important. Necessary.
Yeah, because funny enough, Lee was actually there when I was arguing with him over the phone, mate, and I was just absolutely having the pants down. I thought it was funny as fuck. But she didn't have a leg to stand on, because as soon as I went to a third party interloop, I was like, oh shit, it's got me.
That was funny as fuck, that, Nez. That was funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Fun with that woman.
But like I said, debt, money doesn't exist. It's just man-made legal fiction bullshit.
Yes.
And people, they don't need to get themselves in a flap anymore over, oh shit, oh, I'm in debt, oh, debt collector. You know what I mean? Just ignore it.
Go away. Go away.
Can't do anything. Simple.
Get off my property now. And funny, Jez, I'm aware that they show these TV programs of bailiffs going around to people's houses and just storming their way in and like, we're the bailiffs, and it's a load of rubbish. All you've got to say to them is get off my property, and they have to go.
Yeah, that's it. It's only a bailiff, because people get mixed up between a bailiff and a debt collector. A debt collector has, powers from the court, but you can still get around them and all. A debt collector has no powers whatsoever.
As far as I'm concerned, they're all fictional, and I will tell them this when I encounter them, and they have to get off my property immediately. And they always go. They always go. And they will try to be intimidating and all, like, try these stupid fucking tactics.
Yeah.
But once they know that it's done. It's finished. And a man cannot be in debt to a fiction. It's not possible in law.
That's totally correct. Because that's all I tell them. I said, I'm a living human being. I'm a man. And that's it. But they're so manipulative. When you go to court, they say, do you swear on the Bible? Hang on a minute. Well, that's believing in God there. So why are you bringing in your acts and statues then on a legal fiction name under common law? Bye-bye. And I made this lad made me laugh. That's what I mean. This is the fucking idiots that you're dealing with. He went, yeah, but what you're doing is criminal. You're breaking the law. What law? Tax and statutes, you pillock. That's all done by government, man-made bullshit rules. That's not law of the land.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're one of those, are you? You're a free man? No. I just follow proper law, mate. I understand the proper laws, and I don't get roped into bullshit taxes. What rape your ass? Because realistically, you stood in modern slavery back in the days. It hasn't changed. You're in it now.
Yes.
What you on about?
Yeah. True.
I heard someone. I think it was on one of Jamie's, a different one of Jamie's chats, where slavery was being talked about as if it was something other than what we are, like than this fucking legal. Because this is slavery. This is slavery. What they've got people doing here is really bad slavery, like worse than chattel slavery, where these people know, well, you know you're a slave and because you're under oppression. This one here is like mind control slavery, like you're the slave who's free to vote fictions and be subject to fictional rules and regulations. That's an even more dire kind of slavery.
The human being can't vote. It's only the legal fiction name that can vote.
Yes.
I'll tell you what I have been getting into quite lately, because I'm studying it now. The promissory note.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting into now.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
how to write a promissory note, how to use them for yourself.
Yeah. I'm basically, I'm just doing it for banks and governments because that's all they're good for. I mean, you can give a promissory note to, like you or James or anything, but it won't go down very well.
That's what we're doing anyway, Jez. That is what we're doing anyway. Like if I was to give you a £20 note, it's just a promissory note.
Yeah.
And the Bills of Exchange Act 1986 says that a promissory note is equal to cash.
Yes. Yeah. And the banks know about this law, because as soon as you write that promissory note out and give it to them in the bank, you don't give it to the cashier because they don't understand. You give it to the bank manager. You give it to the top man, signed, or give it in person. Once he takes that off your hand, that's it. He's liable for it, and it becomes a bond.
Right.
And I was arguing with this like fucking idiot, and she's like,
"You've used one, Jez, yeah?"
Not yet, I haven't, but I will be doing soon. Cut the long story short, the reason why I'm looking into it now is because my mate's got the HMRC after him, and he owes 25 grand. And I turned around and said to him, I went, "You only were going to fight that, mate, is with a promissory note. You're going to have to go down the rebellion way." So this is why I'm like researching, but I'm doing it for myself as well because I want to I want to see if I can do the mortgage on a promissory note.
Right. A bit of information for you. A group known as the Bankster Busters are currently in the process of, I don't know what the technical term is, but they're going to they're doing a class action to so all mortgages are fraud. All mortgages are fraud.
Because you bought your house for £10.
Well, they're not bilaterally signed. Like in contract law, all contracts must be bilaterally signed by both parties with all terms and conditions shown, like so everyone knows what's going on. If they don't do that, it's fraud. And also another ground for this fraud is that what the bank does is it gets you to sign something before the property is actually yours. This is also fraud.
Yes.
And there's been a precedent set for this in the High Court already. And so Michael of Benicia and Michael O'Deara, they're the two men that moved this forward. They've made a film called The Great British Mortgage Swindle. And they're currently calling people to bring their mortgage details into this class action. So, Jez, if you're interested in doing the right thing, that's an honourable way to go forward.
Most definitely.
And
because
the Great British Mortgage Swindle.
Yeah,
and you'll get all the information from there. Like to do this.
What's it called? The Great Mortgage Swindle.
It's the Great British Mortgage Swindle. Is the film? It's quite hard going, Jez. They're Michael Benicia is in Newcastle, and Michael O'Deara is Nottingham.
I'll have a look at this.
And they're the Bankster Busters is the name of the group, and it's a whole load of mortgagors who have had their mortgages, their properties taken away from them because they weren't able to keep up mortgage payments, and they went through this process of finding out what the fuck's going on here, and they found that what happens, you go to the bank and you sign the contract. They should sign it well, but they don't. And what your signature has done, say if the property cost, like, I don't know, £80,000, you sign £80,000 with your signature. They take that, and that creates a promissory note.
Yeah, it's a bond.
Creates a promissory note. They take that promissory note to the Bank of England. The Bank of England give them the 80,000, and they come back to you and say, right, you're borrowing 80,000 from me, so you've got to pay that back, and you've got to pay 3 times interest over 25 years, and it's all fucking fraud. The whole thing is fraud.
But the thing is, right, the banks don't lend you money. You think they lend you money, you don't. You create the money.
Yes.
With your signature, that's where you create the bond.
A lot of fucking bollocks.
Yeah. Well, what I was just about to turn around and say was when I first signed my mortgage for my house, right, now I know what I know now. My mortgage company changed hands and went into another company. Now, what I know now is I know exactly what's happened. That bank has turned around and gone, do you want to buy all these assets? We'll give them dead cheap. So they've sold my debt on to a third party interloper.
Not allowed to do that. Yeah.
No. And that is fraud right there. That means they've broken the Data Protection Act of 2018 of my information. It's great when you start digging in it.
This class action by the Bankster Busters, this is a massive thing. So the precedent has already been set that it's fraud in the High Court in London.
Yeah.
And so this would mean that all mortgages, they're doing it on behalf of all UK mortgagors. This will mean that all mortgagors have to be paid back, and it has the potential, like the real potential is in front of us now, that this will bring down the whole bank, like as it stands today, the whole banking system and the loan system, where we're being increased. It must be brought down. It must be.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Aeon. You know, when they sell those, when they sell that debt on to another third party who's bought the debt on, good faith, but we all know they're not. They're just dodgy. So that debt, what they had, they've lost money. So it's all corrupt. There is no such thing as money. It's just all numbers. That's all it is. It's not worth any value whatsoever.
Well, it's we currently have a trust-based value system. Like, I have trust. If you come to me with a £20 note, I've got an idea of what it's worth. And the same as if I bring a £20 note to you, it isn't worth anything. We just have trust that it is worth something. They don't tell us this. They want us to think about gold. It should be backed with gold and stuff. No, because gold has no value. Gold has no value. It has artificial value that was created by a man. We need a trust-based system, so we're all fully aware of what money is and how it can be used as a medium of exchange.
Yeah. Gold and silver, they are worth something.
No, they're worth nothing.
Well, it's it's something you got in your hand, isn't it? You can actually trade with it.
So it's dirt, though, isn't it? Like,
well, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
It's just someone tells us that this stuff because if it's a commodity, Jez, if it's a commodity, some greedy fuck, one of these greedy nasty fuckers will control it. They'll take it over.
And that's what they've done. That's exactly what they've done, mate. That's what I hate about the banks. You know, they say, "Oh yeah, we'll lend you this money." They have no money. They have created nothing. It's you that's created the money.
We are the value.
Yeah.
Take away all the men and women, and there's nothing here. All the paper, it just becomes metal and paper again.
Yeah.
That does nothing. You know what I mean? It's us, and they don't want us to know this. This is the thing that they're hiding from us. We create the value. We are the value.
Yes, because we pay it back with labour.
Yeah, sweat and energy. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what it's all paid back with. Because you know, it makes me laugh when they turn around and say, "Well, the world is in this much debt." Hang on a minute. Who owns the world? This world was here well before us. So how does it get in debt? It's just a legal fiction debt.
Yeah.
I mean, the animals ain't got currency or anything like that, you know, or the wildlife or the sea or anything. It's just us.
Yeah.
Corrupt.
I mean, I do think that as things are today, a medium of exchange is necessary. I can see that. I can see that myself. That because I can't always put something in someone's hand. So I need something that I can transfer to them, which is value, which is a trust-based relationship for some value. And
yeah.
So we need
favour for a favour.
We need something that identifies that there is a transaction happened, like some sort of, and it's not always possible. Like I might want something from China.
Yeah.
And we need so on that grounds, like we need a medium of exchange, I would say. Something, I mean, it's really nice, this sort of airy-fairy idea that we don't need money, because we've been so programmed to think that money's bad. That's another part of the program, Jez, that money's bad. Money isn't bad. Money's negative. I'm sorry, money's neutral. Money's neutral. It's how we think about it that, you know, someone like will crack you over the head for a £20 note, you know what I mean? But it's not the money that's bad. It's the person that is willing to do that, and it's how we are programmed to think about the medium of exchange, whatever it may be.
It's just the levels in life on what we're at. You know what I mean? That stage, like you'll be at stage 1 where you ain't got a lot, and then you'll be at stage 10 where you got a lot. You know, it's just all greed.
Yeah.
You know, it's money basically. It's just favour for a favour. You know what I mean? If I said to you, you know, come and cut my grass, and you know, in return, I'll come and do your roof for you. You'd be like, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it is. But you know, these people, these bankers, I've seen you know, what it can do and go, oh, we're going to jump on this. We'll make some money, and we'll make loads of money. There's guys sitting on our ass, and we'll get all these people skiving about for us.
I would say for them, it's not even about the money, because they can make it as they choose.
Yeah.
It's about putting us into a psychological state where we're like, oh, you know, worried about paying bills, and and it's a whole different game for them. It's they've used it as a control mechanism.
That's it. You went the nail on the head.
And fear, innit? Like fear-based. And I hope I have enough next year. Ooh, and like all this kind of. And they say there's going to be a depression, and then buy and buy, sell, and all like pump and dump and all this kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
And it's like it's just another mediaized pantomime, like the politics, isn't it? Like the Brexit rubbish again. It's like another nonsense thing to get us when we should be thinking about other stuff. They just keep us occupied with fictional nonsense.
They just use us against each other with the money, because we all know that the banks control the world. You know, if you take them down, you'll get a peaceful world.
Well, it would certainly be a lot better,
Most definitely.
When value, so like for example, the project you're doing now, that should be made available for you. Like when someone's got a good idea to do something that ain't going to make, it's just going to make things better for people. Like the funds should be available for them to do that, so they can get the stuff they need from wherever it may have to come from.
Oh,
and
mate.
people can start expressing themselves rather than worrying about rubbish. They can spend time thinking about being creative and
They're not interested, the banks. I mean, I went to the bank when I first started this project, right? And I went with a big script, and I told them what it could earn and what it could do and what it would earn on a shit day and a shit year or a good year. And I said I wanted 150,000, and they went, yeah, we'd lend you it, but there's only one problem. I was like, well, what's that? Well, you've got a bit of a bad credit. I went, well, what's my bad credit? £15. £15. That was it. I went, are you shitting me? I went, fucking arseholes. And I was going to put my house on the line, do you know what I mean, as a guarantor for it. And they fucked me off. But once the car's done, they'd want a piece of it because I know what it's worth. I was like, get your fuck. None of it, you fucking arseholes.
Yep. And I would guess, Jez, that if you borrowed the money off them, it would probably mean that in some legal way the car belongs to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad they did turn me down now, because you know what I mean. I've done it all myself.
Yeah.
I mean, if I did borrow 150 grand, I'd probably end up paying about 300 back.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah. Well, that's how much of a hold these banks have on you. They can manipulate your life. And for what? You go look at a banker. We look how much money they're on. Fucking thousands, millions a year. For what? Just by pressing numbers.
Yeah.
It shows you how corrupt they are.
Yeah.
True.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
And yeah, so, and with this mortgage things, it means the banks are implicit, lawyers and solicitors are implicit, estate agents are implicit.
Yeah.
It's like
they're all in it together.
The effects of this. I mean, it's happening. It is. I know it's real when it's happening. Like, I wonder, Jet, because I don't trust this system, Jez. Like the dichotomy that I'm in, I don't trust this system. I don't trust the legal system at all.
No, I don't.
I don't understand how this class action is being allowed to even move into why would they be allowing it? Perhaps they're not as powerful as they have led me to believe they are, Jez. Perhaps there is some justice. If someone knows how to get it and the right terminology and that sort of thing, perhaps it is there.
The only justice that there is common law. That is the only justice. As long as you don't break common law, that is the only justice that there is. I mean, solicitors. Yeah, you think a solicitor is going to be, oh yeah, he's going to get me off. They're not interested. They're just in it for the money. They work with the system.
They are yes, they are legality. Solicitors work for, yes, absolutely. They are the bar and they're against us. Solicitors are anti-man. If you go to a solicitor and say, I'm a man, they'll say, I can't do anything for you.
Yeah, because they can only deal with a legal fiction name.
Yes, have to be consent. You have to consent to being dead, and then they control everything.
Yeah,
all things registered to all things registered to a legal fiction are tied.
Well, that's it. I mean, if you go to a court,
ownership.
You're breaking up there now.
Of
Barlurks.
Crown.
You broke up loads there, mate.
As soon as that legal fiction, something. Yeah. So once the legal fiction registers something, anything, whatever it may be, all things registered are title ownership of the Crown. So the Crown, like the Crown Corporation, City of London, it's in effect taking property of man away. It's taking the property away and making man think that he's a fiction. And Yeah, as we said, it's all a fraud.
They
Whole-
don't
whole
own.
thing.
Yeah, it's like what you say. They don't own you. They only own the birth certificate, the dead man, the straw man. That is the only property they own.
Yes.
So when you go to, like you say, when you go to a court, you look at a court, the way it's all laid out, it's just laid out like a ship. All you need to do is just get a big steering wheel, give it to the judge. Game on. It's just that the ship is just berthed in dry dock. People, this is for me. This is what people need to be knowing. But
Yes.
I find it quite interesting when I go see, if I meet someone that I've never known before, because I'm a quite talkative person, and I'll bring these subjects up, and I go, "Do you know that there's two of you, mate?" And they'll look at you, the look you get is ace, and they're like, "What you on about?" You do realise that there's actually two of you, don't you? And they're still looking at you gone out until you tell them, when, right, your birth certificate, mate, is not you. That's your legal fiction name. That's your straw man.
Yeah.
And the other side of it, the human side, is you. You're on common law, law of the land. And they're like, and then when you actually get into it and you start telling them about all these acts and statues and all this lot, and they go, wow. Wow, no shit. Well, cut the long story short, I told you about this, Lee, didn't I?
Yeah.
I went to the Chinky a few weeks ago, well, Chinese shop, and I was talking to this lad behind the counter because I was waiting for my food. And I said, all right, mate. So you knew before. I said, oh, I work at uni. I said, oh, yeah. So what you been doing? I said, oh, I've been doing law. Wow, my little eyes lit up. And I went, you ever looked into the legal name fraud then, mate? And he went, what's that? And I went, you've got to be shitting me. I said, how long you done law, mate? He said, oh, I've done 4 years. I went, you are? And you don't know anything about this? He went, no. So we started talking. And at the end, I went, just look up legal fiction name, mate. He went, I fucking am. He said, I'm going to have a look at this now. He said, I never knew that. He said, I understand what you're saying. He said, it does make perfect sense. He said, I totally agree with you. He said, because we got into the acts and statutes. He said, the acts and statutes are just formed by Parliament. They're not a law. They're just a law of a corporation.
Yeah, exactly.
Rules. They are rules and regulations of the legal society.
Yeah.
Yes. And Jez, so you said, like your birth certificate, it isn't yours, it isn't mine.
No, it's not mine.
The crown. It belongs to the crown.
Yeah.
But they've got us talking about these fictional things in the first person as if they belong to us. They don't. I haven't got a legal name. I haven't got one. It belongs to the crown. I've been brainwashed, programmed to think that I have one. I don't have a birth certificate because it ain't mine. Someone gave me a piece of paper that's called that, but it's not mine. It belongs to the crown, Crown Corporation.
That's right. Because when you
it's important. It's important that we identify these things in that way and don't make any claim upon them by saying that it's like, oh, it's your birth certificate or it's my birth certificate. It isn't.
Yeah.
It's the crown's birth. Yeah.
I see we've got some questions in the side chat, so I'm just going to Goldfish Brian. So if you ask you to appear in court, you see, when they say summons, you're getting an invitation. You're not being ordered; they're inviting you. So you do take your birth certificate with you because that is who they are after. They want you to consent to that birth certificate. That's what they want to do. They're trying to trick you, trying to get you into a stealth agreement, a joinder. That's what they want to do. So all you do, you just turn around and say to the judge, have you sworn your oath today, judge? If you're under an act and statute, you ask the judge, have you sworn on your oath today, and can I see it? She won't show you it. She'll see her ass and say, oh, contempt in the court, but you haven't because you're standing underneath common law. And you just turn around and say to them, have you sworn your oath? She'll probably get up, walk off. And then she'll come back in again. And then all you say is, can I see it? They'll see their ass, you just play the game, and then you just whip out the birth certificate, give it to the clerk and say, can you just pass that to the judge because that's who she's after? You can represent it, say, look, I'm talking on his behalf, but it's not me. And go, there you go. She will then stand up again, bow her head. As soon as she bows and does one, you can take control of the court. They say, right, contempt, whatever. She's left the court. The case is now in my hands. Case dismissed. Ta-da, gone. But as long as she bows her head and fucks off and she don't return, because they can't handle you, they can only handle paperwork.
I think I've done this in court. I've stood in court as a man, and it's not. I mean, I don't want to put any but it's not as easy as you might think it is.
Oh no, it's not as easy. You've got to have bollocks to do it.
They will railroad you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They'll steam all over you at any given opportunity, and you've got to be really careful, because as soon as you go in there, all they've called for is a fiction, and as soon as you enter into that place, they will treat you, unless you make it clear beforehand. They will treat you as that, and they will think that you don't know what you're talking about. And if you use any terminology, any legal language, that will be taken as you know that you know you're a fiction. It's a fucking minefield, and really the best thing to do, which is the hardest thing to do, is not to go to it and let the police come and get you and take you there, which is really not a good thing to do, really. You know what I mean? It's fucked, Jez. That whole thing is fucked. We've got to fix before that. You know what I mean? Because it's like someone's holding a football and they're saying to you, "Come and play with my football," and you ain't got to play with it. You know what I mean? But we do.
You tell the court. I missed this bit out. You tell the court that I've come here as a human being. I am a man.
What? And how I've dealt with it is I put a handwritten note into the case file, clearly stating that I'm man, and I have a requirement, and what my requirements are, what I want to know from the court.
Yeah.
Again, once you go in there, like, even if the judge says to you, I don't know, like, can you move over there, please? And you do that.
No.
Yeah, that's it. You got to be like, it's a real game. It's a real game.
Oh yes, yeah. You don't feel intimidation by them. You are gone in there as a free man, a human being. You haven't done anything wrong, because because you've gone underneath an action statutes court. So as soon as you overrule it and turn that court into common law, it'll fall to bits. And then if they try and get a police officer in there, say, well, you just say to the police officer, "Have you sworn your oath today, officer?" And if he says yes, then that police officer then is on your side. He is then standing with common law.
Yeah, you got to be really careful, mate.
You have got to be careful. You've got to have you've got to have your game plan set out, and you've got to be smooth, and you've got to be onto them. They'll try the bully tactics, but they can't do anything to you. Can't do nothing. You just give them the birth certificate. That's who you're after. Ta-da.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that tried that and been banged up.
I understand what you're saying there, but it all depends.
It's this Kate of Gaia thing that has caused all this, and Kate of Gaia was in solitary for 6 weeks, and as this is before he was Kate of Gaia, he was Keith Thompson, and all this happened when he was Keith Thompson.
Yeah.
And he went through that process, and the judge left the court, but after that he did 6 weeks, and in solitary confinement for not using a legal name.
Yeah.
And after these 6 weeks, he came out and turned transgender.
Fucking hell.
Like, who knows? You know what I mean? I don't know, but I know there's some really fucking weird shit goes on, mate.
Definitely. Well, with a court, I mean, I mean, I've got tricks up my sleeve because I just turn around and say, I'm not a believer in God, but because it's the law of this realm or earth or whatever we're on, this is what they use for their tactics. I'll turn around and say to them, what gives you the rights to charge the human being to live on God's land when he made this land for us to live on?
Yes.
Where does, because it'll say above the judge, in God we trust. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
God made this land for us to live on in peace and harmony, and for us all to get on. He didn't make this land and go, you know what, I'm going to make this earth, and I'm going to charge them and rip them to bits and make their lives hell. He made this land for us to live on without no charge. He made everything for us, the fruits, the animals, the seas, for us to get by. And I'll just pull that shit on them. I say, look, you're contradicting yourself now with your fake bullshit laws where you're acting statues when I just stand underneath common law of the land, the God's law.
Yeah.
They don't like it.
Natural law.
Yeah.
Common law is the foundation of common law is maxims.
Basically, it's the Ten Commandments, isn't it, basically?
It's maxims of common law, and these can be ecclesiastical, but the foundation of common law is maxims. These are terms and phrases that simply describe how we should behave, and there's many of these, but they're being hidden at this time now. They're being hidden. I know that where there was places where you could find these online, and they're being taken down. This is happening now. And you can, if you have any dealings with fictional bodies, you can use maxims of law. Like there's a maxim in law, common law, a maxim of English common law, which states legality is not reality.
No.
And like they're clear, defined statements and phrases like these, like that. And they're not like, they can't be argued against. And there's some really interesting ones.
That's it.
I mean, they need to be studied and correctly. Yeah.
You can't argue against God's law. There's no question about it.
Yes.
And this is where.
Jez, we need numbers. We need numbers, Jez. We need more of us to do this, but not like as a group, like this sort of, group is grow up, isn't it? Like GROUP. Like we need to be strong individuals.
Yes, correct.
Moving towards the same thing. Like we need people to start doing this and not be. Everyone's afraid now. Like people should be writing to the councils rather than just fucking bowing their heads and saying, "Oh, how much do I pay? I'm sorry. How much do you want this time?" People should be writing to them and saying, "I require proof of claim. I, man, require proof of claim," and then they've got to prove it to you. Like you're doing nothing wrong. We're doing nothing wrong by doing this. Yeah, but it's kind of a practice that if everybody started doing it, it would fucking change things drastically.
It's because the public, we know, but the public don't know, but it's up to us to get them told. That's why I've been doing videos and stuff like that. And believe it or not, when I did my debt collector one, I put it on my Facebook page, and believe it or not, there's about 10 people what actually said something to me. They went, "I actually watched that video and you made sense, and thanks very much for that. It actually got me off my ass, and I started doing some digging and research for myself."
Nice.
And they're on the way. Do you know what I mean? I was like, "Nice one. Thank you." I went, "You don't need to thank me." I went, "The information's free." I said, "I'm just helping you, and you help other people once you start to learn it."
Yeah.
And that's how it should be. But
it's necessary, mate. It is, yes.
They're getting. I've always said, one ant can't do it on its own. Now, when all the ants come together, how powerful can we become? We have so much power. We don't realize how much power we have.
Yes.
You know, we don't need to go out fighting. We don't need to go out doing all this mayhem and everything. If we wanted to protest, we could do it sat at home peacefully. And it'll just absolutely bankrupt them. The governments will shit themselves and fall.
They'll shoot themselves, mate. Yeah. Like the worm has turned, isn't it? That sort of thing. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. There'd be. Oh.
I mean, I've said it loads of times. You don't need to go out battling in London and fighting.
Doesn't work.
Don't work. All you've got to do is just go straight down to the oil refineries, block the roads off, block the refineries in, job done. They'll come to a standstill. It's that easy.
I just say people have got to write letters. People have got to start taking responsibility for their lives and stop giving away their authority to councils and things.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Start writing. We all know how to read and write these days.
That's right. Well, that's it. People don't realise that they've had the sovereignty took away from them. It's time to claim your sovereignty back.
Yes.
The only person that has sovereignty in this country is the Queen, because we gave her it. What gives her the right to have it and we don't?
The Queen's a fiction. The Queen is a title.
Yeah.
It's a titled fiction. And there's nothing. It all means this. This is in fact anarchy and anarchic state Britain, which means self-rule. It means self-government, self-governance. Like, and we've been so poisoned. We've been so poisoned with all this stupid political nonsense, which doesn't apply to any of us at all. Fucking ridiculous.
That's what it's all about, mate. That's what it's all about. And you know, once people start waking up to this, and once people start having the bollocks, it's not about getting it. It's getting it out there, but it's that person to go, do you know what? Fuck you, council, or bollocks to you. I'm standing up for myself now. You lot can get fucked. And then the next person to see it and go, wow, yeah, I'm doing this now. Like I said, with the council tax, dead easy. If you had 10 people down the street and go, lads, are we doing this or not? Yeah, let's not pay a council tax. Right, that's 10 people. Then they tell their mates, then the next street, then the next street, then the next street. Then all of a sudden you've got 20,000 people in your own town not paying the council tax. The next towns, the cities are all going to cotton on. What's going to happen? They can't send everyone to prison, can they?
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? That's how easy it is to do. But the people are so scared.
Yeah, everyone's scared. Everyone's really frightened. Yeah. Yeah.
Or just give them a promissory note. That's what I've been looking at as well. Hey, our council, there's a promissory note. Shove that in your bank.
And so, if you've got a bank account, the bank account is registered. So it's registered. So it means it's property of the Crown Corporation, City of London, which is legality. That's what legality comes from, the Crown Corporation. So, like, they can access that. Like, it's once you give them, like, so when you buy a property, you do this. You can do this thing that, a solicitor will suggest that you have searches done, what is called searches, and this is done through the local council, like sort of local authority. And when you do this, then you are contracting with them and so unbeknown to you, and it gives them sort of legal rights over you. And I've learned that that not to do this searches thing when you buy a new house. It's an important thing that I've learned, which I haven't heard anybody else talking about that actually, but it's something that I've learned to be true.
What's that?
Well, so what you can do then, because once you do the searches, you are legally making joinder with the council, and they know they have a legal name for that property by your action. If you don't do this, they don't know who's there. They don't know someone. They don't know it's changed hands. The solicitor can't tell them.
Yeah. You know about the election letter, the election roll, as I put it.
I don't know it as that. I know it as when you buy a property, the solicitor will suggest that you have searches, what is called searches, and it's where they look into the local area to find out if there's any claim against the property or anything like this, or any actions been taken against the property, if there's any charges against the property.
Yeah,
and when you do this, when you instruct a solicitor to do this, it is, you are making joinder with the local authority. They don't know otherwise. They don't know who's there. They don't know the property's changed hands because it's got fuck all to do with them.
that's
It's
right.
private. And then once you do this, they know. So they have, that is joinder. Then they have a legal name to go after. So then what happens? They start sending letters to the property, and you can write on them, addressee not recognised, return to sender, no contract, private, or things like oh fuck, I can't think of it now on the spot. You can write I do not understand, I do not recognise you, I do not understand your intent, I have no international treaty with you, no assured value or liability. And this cuts off any so we have, under law, we have the right to refuse any letter.
That's
any
correct.
letter you don't want it, any letter, you refuse it. We have the right to do this under law. You don't have to open anything from any legal body.
No,
nothing needs to be opened. You can just you can write, there's certain things you can write on these and just put them back in the post, and you send the problem back to them. Then they've got to think, fuck, we're going to get this fucker to write to us. Like,
that's come back the old.
It will change things, but then, that's what people should be doing. They should be doing all this stuff, just sending all these, like, if a lawyer, and if someone makes a legal claim against a man, first thing you get is a letter in the post. Don't open any letters from these fuckers. Just fucking write on them, return to sender. You get them little fucking sticker things, stick it over the address part, return to sender, and whatever else you feel like you need to write on there, just to clarify stuff. Back in the fucking letterbox, back in the post box. Send it back to the company.
Yeah, that works with everything. Bills, fucking water, council tax.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
But that's what they're trying to do. They try to do a stealth agreement. That's how they do it. As a joinder, like you say. They're just trying to manipulate the straw man.
Yeah.
To get in the human being to consent to the legal fiction. That's what they want.
Mm.
It is a bit of an Ed mess. Do you know what I mean? But once you, like you say, I mean, I don't know everything, and I don't, and I've learned some bits off you tonight as well. It's all about, bonding with people, seeing what they know and what I know, and getting the ideas and then feeding off the information. And that's what it's all about. So when I talk to somebody else, I can introduce some of the information you said tonight. So it backs me up a little bit more.
That what I was talking about there, about writing on letters. There's a Delacroix, the Irish fella, has a really interesting video on his channel that describes what to do, and it shows you what to write, and it's maybe 3 years old, or 3 or 4 years old, I think, but and it's I believe it's titled Return to Sender.
Yes.
To sender.
DELCROIX, Delacroix, and
Well, I see Jin's in the side chat. How come he's not in here? Hello, side chatters. Anyway, big shout out to you all.
Hello to chat.
You can't get into.
Oh, you still here, Jamie? I didn't think you were still here.
Yeah, well, I'm not too much longer though.
Gone all quiet.
Like, wouldn't it like knock you all out if I had dropped out?
No, we still stay on because we did it before.
Oh right, well that's all right then.
Well,
then And
Yeah,
that's
the
it.
stream ends because you're the main controller, but us in the chat will stay on
All right,
until
yeah,
we jump off.
when I tried to, I was seeing if I could get back in or something, and when I ended it, I couldn't get back in or something. So, not that I was trying to get back in, I was just seeing if it would, and it didn't. So I just assumed that it had ended everything.
No. Me and Lee was doing it like the other day. You did it, and you went, right, we're off now. And then me and Lee was like, "Hey, mate, yeah, looks like we're still here." So yeah, it carries on.
Yeah, just carried on, isn't it?
Right then.
I'm going to jump off soon as well. But Jez, another time, mate. When I see you on here another time, we can continue if that's
Yeah,
okay with
please.
James.
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
interested, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Been a good conversation. I've enjoyed this.
Yeah, mate. Good.
I like
Yes,
this one.
nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
And we have to encourage people to follow suit.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, I remember that tongue posture.
Tongue posture, Jamie, really important.
Yeah, I've been like doing that sort of stuff, like
What's the tongue posture?
where you resting the tongue.
Where it's supposed to be, where it feels like it should go. It's like a key in a lock. Your tongue should be pressed up into the roof of your mouth, Jez, like in the hard palate up in the roof of your mouth. If you feel up there with the tip of your tongue, there's a line up in the roof of your mouth.
That's right.
And
This
is like an expansion. This is like for expansion. And the whole skull, the growth and development of the whole skull is dependent on the positioning of the tongue and what an effect it has when you have your tongue in the right position. There's a connection made. And I won't go back into it again now. And excuse me, Jamie, for jumping in there when you were describing something.
That's right.
What's this connection?
Hard to explain, Jez, until it's like a key in a lock. It's like a key in a lock. Your tongue, the more practice you put into it, it's not an easy thing to do. You have to keep reminding yourself and to place your tongue in that position. And it takes a while and it takes effort and it changes your whole, how you stand, the position of your neck and your head and your jaw, and it develops the mandible and the maxilla, and your whole teeth and your jaws are how they're positioned is dependent on your tongue. Like Shiva, Shiva?
Not vaguely, mate. No.
Shiva is an Indian sort of deity, and he has like a cobra wrapped around his neck, and it sits on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And this, as I see this now, I recognise that it's a symbol for tongue posture. And when your tongue is in the right position, you breathe through your nose into your lower stomach. And it's the correct way to breathe, and it affects your energy, how you think, everything. It affects it. I can't speak highly enough about what an effect it has when you do this properly. And Jez, you got children, haven't you? I know you've got children.
Yeah.
When your missus popped them out, what's the first thing they want to do?
Well, breathe.
And like after they've breathed, excuse me, yeah.
Well, they stick the tongue out, don't they?
And they want the nipple, don't they? They want mum's nipple.
Oh yeah, they definitely want a bit of bitty.
and it's just like, so if you put the tongue in the roof of your mouth, it's this. And what's happened is they've got all our babies, all our infants are now drinking fake milk from plastic bottles,
Yep.
and they don't develop this where they put their tongue in the roof of their mouth, and it's that sucking action. That's what they're doing, Jez. They're and that's kind of the action that you have to practice to keep your tongue up there, up in the roof of your mouth. And the children aren't doing this, so their skulls don't develop properly. And how your tongue is it's not just in your mouth; it goes right down your neck and into your chest, and it's joined on to all your ribs. And
Well, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean there, because I do.
Yes, I can't explain it quick. Like in a short time, I can't explain it short.
No,
short.
I know what you're on about, because I do meditation and I do the breathing. So
Yes.
I know exactly what you're on about and the feelings. Yeah.
It changes everything, mate. It's fucking
Oh,
massive
it
and simple. That's a really simple thing. You ain't got to pay nothing to no one. It's just a bit of effort, and it's like a key in a lock. Your tongue goes. It's where it's supposed to go. The people that I've encouraged to do this, after they've been doing it for a little while, say to me, "It's where it's supposed to go." You realise it, rather than
when you do meditation, when you're doing the breathing exercises, even that you're talking about now, my tongue naturally goes to that position when I'm breathing.
Yes.
It's a natural thing. You don't stick there, breathe where you put your tongue down.
Mouth
you're breathing. When you're breathing in through your nose, your tongue will naturally go to the top of your mouth, top of your, inside.
And we started talking about that, Jez, because the lads were talking about snoring, and this stops snoring. Like it should be there even when you're asleep. That takes a bit of work, getting up there when you're sleeping. And I've found for some period I was like conscious in my sleep where my tongue position, really strange feeling, like where my tongue position was while I was sleeping. Like quite interesting experience.
You can control the body to do anything. Once you start training it, it will go into that natural position. And the body can do amazing things. You just got to train it.
Yes.
True.
And that's it. Then your brain just naturally goes into that movement all the time, and you don't realize that you're doing it. Like you've been training it for ages, and then your brain just goes, right, okay, then, pop. Then you're just doing it naturally.
Before you know it, it's there.
Yeah. The marvelous creation, our brain.
Yes, the whole thing.
Yeah. Even that we say we only use 10%, but how do they know we use 10%? Because everyone's got different abilities.
Yeah. I think we've still got a lot to learn about what this is, this thing that we're inside. We've been fed a lot of shit about everything. They've lied to us about everything. Everything.
Indeed. Yeah, everything's manipulated.
All to keep us less, not knowing, as you were saying earlier, our true potential. Like we're nowhere near it. We're nowhere near it.
Well, I've said it many, many times. I'm one of them people where I want to know. If I handle it, I'd still like to know. We deserve that chance. We don't deserve to be dumbed down and manipulated. I'm always a big believer, in the Shaolin monks and that. I think they know. Because they're quite distancy sort of people, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? But they do a lot of meditation.
Yeah, the Shaolin monks. Yeah.
I would love to go to the Shaolin monks. I'd go with respect, obviously. I would just love to meditate with them, learn their techniques, and I just love it, mate. I really, really would. It'd be awesome. That's what it's about.
I'm going to bed now, gentlemen.
All
Thank you,
right,
James. Thank you, lads. Very nice talking with you all. And next time.
Yeah, definitely.
That's cool, mate.
Right.
Tell that, bud.
Good night.
Drop out as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna get. Getting towards that. My eyes are closing. I need to go to bed soon, I think.
Do it now. Get to the chopper. Do it,
Do it now.
Mr. Kimball.
Do it. Do it now. Get to the chopper.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for coming on, guys.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. No worries, Jamie.
Is Mick still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Good night, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Tell
all
that,
right.
mate.
All right.
And see you later, side chatters. Been a good night. See you soon.
Yeah.
Stay
Good night.
tuned.
Nighty-o. Nighty-night.